it's the best engagement tool I've seen.
Yeah, the TTSs, yeah. But that's what I mean. I think it needs to be less about the wheel, more about sharing, liking, still having the subscriber bonuses and stuff like that, but a lot less about the wheel. Damn it, that wasn't 3 minutes. Ugh.
Gravity doesn't exist, so you would need to push Citron away from it.
Indeed.
Wheel is all. There is no less.
No. I mean, I used to be good at debating flat earthers well, I had a few yesterday that were quite good. So that wasn't bad. I think one of them severely got his world a little bit shook when I pointed out the sundial experiment, pointed out how many flat earthers have actually done it.
Debates?
That's funny.
Less about wheel, then says, damn, it hasn't been 3 minutes.
I know. I'm not saying I'm not as addicted as you guys. I'm not saying that. I absolutely am. But I am also saying it's a bad thing. Fuck you all, I'm spinning. Oh, God, this is going to be terrible. Yeah, well, I'm out.
Let's all welcome the world's best gynecologist, Francis, in the house.
Francis, how did you get 250,000 points? I mean, you've obviously found a cheat, right? You obviously have found a cheat or an exploit. Not necessarily a cheat, an exploit. I think I know what the exploit is. I think I might have corrected it. That's why I was asking. Because no, you wouldn't. No, you wouldn't. And that is a deceptive fucking statement right there. But let's just see now, right? Let's just see.
It's gifts.
No, it isn't. Because what Francis
Do you believe
did
in the Big Bang?
That's like saying, do I believe in a car when I'm inside the car? It's like, well, yeah, because I'm inside the car. You could just look around and I'm in a car. You could look around and you're in an expanding fucking universe. It's like, okay. So it's less about whether you believe in it. It's, can you see it by literally looking everywhere other than the ground or your own ass? And the answer is yes. No, I think, Francis, what you've done is you've crawled your way up there.
Meet Sonny, the Big Bang is still banging also.
Yeah, I think how the way that you've crawled up there, Francis, is the same way that Panda's doing it, and that's with small spins. But I realized that the small spin thing was... I've realized why small spins or that level of spin was disproportionate. Now I think I've leveled it better, which means now your 1,000, 2,000 spins will actually do the proper thing. So it doesn't matter what you spin now, it's leveled. So I think I actually worked it out, Francis.
It's hard to get on the board, but easy to stay there.
Wait, I don't think it'll be easy to stay there now. That's the thing. I want to discourage gambling. I just want to discourage gambling. I think it's inherently unfair that people on the board don't have to do points to check their fucking points either. That pisses me off.
You slighted Francis yesterday. Francis never loses.
Right, so if we look at that, I need to test this. Oh, Francis, you've gone for a big spin. Oh, no, Francis is a 3-minute cooldown now. Yeah, sorry, dude.
You
what?
are so
petty and small. Because I managed to get into first place, something had to be wrong. I just had to be using an exploit or a cheat.
Are you saying you weren't, Francis? Are you saying you didn't find a value
Not
to
even
bet?
a little
Wait,
bit,
no,
Sting.
let me finish. You answered way too quickly there for me to trust you. So,
Oh, are you fucking kidding?
so are you saying that you didn't find a mean bet or a range of bets whereby the probability is that you were going to gain more than you would lose?
No, but what I did realize is that, okay, if I bet only the amount that I have, so say I have 50,000, right? If I keep betting 10,000, there's a substantial non-zero probability I'm going to lose that all and then be gone. If I keep betting 1,000 and that wheel has a probability that a more probability that I'll win or break even, then if I keep betting smaller amounts like 1,000, it will eventually just grow and grow and grow and grow.
That's the exploit.
Yeah,
That's not an exploit.
Oh my
That's
God!
a strategy, and you just had to fucking change it.
No, it's an exploit, Francis. That's exactly what that is.
Are you crazy?
Oh
my God, you guys are pathetic. Literally pathetic.
No. Here's a question for you, Francis. If the goal of it is that the casino has a slight margin over...
We can't see our score.
If the house has a slight margin...
Oh, yeah,
in
I'll
that
do the
scenario
score.
that you just described, is
Mommy
it an exploit to
and
what the
Daddy
casino
need to
should
stop
have
fighting.
if the
We're
casino
listening.
is supposed to have a slight margin?
What?
No, like, you know what I mean? Like, you know how they say the house always wins? Like, no matter what, at a casino, you go into a casino with the understanding
That is true.
The house has, the odds are published. You can see that the odds are in favor of the casino. And you have a chance to beat the casino every once in a while. That's part of the game. That's gambling. But if it was there, with this being the house, there was an exploit in it that the house didn't have an advantage at a certain bet. That's an exploit to the casino. Like, you're exploiting the casino.
Oh my God, land the
Because
fucking...
you found it.
I seen a TikTok of Red Bull disproving the ice wall.
You're getting really... Francis, I have to say this.
That's not...
Over the last couple of days, and I think it might be my fault addicting you to gambling, but you're getting really, really short and volatile. Do you know that?
I still love Francis.
I'm just kidding. I love being here. I love your life, Stinger. I think you're a great person.
Yeah, but wait a minute. Is that only since I've got the wheel?
No, please. You've already changed it. The damage is done.
Yeah, the damage is done. You're already up at the top. I know. I can see it with
amp it up for entertainment value.
quarter of a million.
If I'm being polite, if you're being polite enough that you add me up here, I'm going to give the audience what I think they want, which is a good show. If you want me to be genuine and not spicy at all, I can do that. It's just going to be a lot less fun.
Yeah.
No, it's all right. It's just harder to...
We want spicy, Francis.
Yeah. It's just harder to tell whether you're actually being genuinely angry rather than... Oh, wait a minute. Gene Tackman says, I'm baffled that Francis denies science too. Is that what you do, Francis? Do you deny science?
Oh, all the time. Those bitches don't know what they're doing. But here's the thing. You calling it an exploit is just wrong. It's just wrong. It's outweighing the negatives from the positives, and that's all there is. And if you think that is an exploit, I don't understand. An exploit would be like, there's a glitch in the machine, and I'm going to use that to get me the most money. That's an exploit. It's not a cheat.
No.
You're not directly affecting the machine.
So Francis, here's a question for you.
Close the wheel.
Do you remember there was a guy that won, I don't know, he was like the top winner on, oh my God, No Whammies. What was that show? Anybody remember that show?
I don't watch TV, man. I got
really narrowed down.
Yeah. I don't watch TV either, so.
Well, whatever. He watched it for hours. He watched it for hours and hours and hours, recorded it, and he found out what the pattern was in.
Oh,
in
it's
the,
Whammy, the Whammy show.
Yeah. That's why I said no whammies, whatever. But anywho, he found the pattern in it, and he
The
exploited
world's
that.
best flat
That's an
earther.
exploit. Like he
Globers tremble with
just 'cause he
fear.
figured it. You know what I mean?
Tempest
Like,
is here.
you figured out that there was a window where you could beat the house, but the house isn't supposed to be beaten because of that. It's just supposed to be beaten on luck at a casino. It's their fault. I'm not saying it's not Stingray's fault.
You
It's
guys are
his fault,
boring.
but you found the error in his program and you exploited it. That's
That's not an error in the program. I would imagine Stingray would want a net positive on his wheel because then everyone would not level out to 0. I mean, look at Specialist Panda and whatever the other guy's name is.
I mean, Stingray could make them all positive on his wheel if he wants, but if he wants it to be like gambling where the house has an advantage,
Then I won't bet everything and everyone else will lose and I'll stay at number 1.
Yeah, I'm not saying you're wrong what you did at all. I'm
Oh
just saying that there is. So if you bet 200 to 1,000, you don't get ahead. You don't gain massive amounts. And if you bet 5,000 to 10,000, you don't. But if there's a window in there where, because of how he set it up, that there is a chance to just keep growing.
Okay,
you don't
great.
see that as an
You don't see this as petty as hell? How there are multiple people.
Wait a minute.
I've
I've got to say this, Francis. Everybody that's complaining, like me and Matt, are people that have lost like massively and just sit at the bottom. And you're there like, no, the system's fine, out in the lead with 250,000 points. This is
you said the
fucking
same thing
capitalism.
when I complained.
No.
You said the same fucking thing.
I'm just saying. I find it
Because
amusing.
you're the
I
one
find it
that's
amusing.
losing. You
will
are
take
the most
Francis' side on
ridiculous
that.
man I've ever met in my entire life.
Oh my God! Look,
3
jackpot.
days ago, you did say the same thing.
You said the same thing about me. You were like, "Oh, it's always the people on bottom who are complaining." Fuck off. No, here's what I'm actually mad about. Panda, whatever the other guy with the cat face thing, all got hundreds of thousands. Doesn't matter. Wheel didn't get touched. Not at all. Oh, Francis got in the top. Something's wrong. Can't let that happen. Let's change the wheel. You see that? I mean, that's not even. I'm just calling it like it is.
No. It was actually because of you and Panda. It wasn't Cat Person or anybody else. Everybody that was at the top, including Matt, myself, another guy called PK, and another person. It was so volatile. We were at the top, and then we're right at the bottom with no points, and it kept changing. Now, first of all, the only person that wasn't changing and was consistently moving to the top was Panda. And I found that a little bit weird. Like, always there was in last place on the board, and then, second to last, and then third to last, and everybody else was jumping around and all this kind of stuff. And then you appear at the bottom of the board and then start creeping your way up to the top. Now, when I did a log to look at, well, how is this happening? Surely someone gave you loads of points and stuff. So that loads of points obviously was a thing for you. But then but then the fact that you were creeping up, you were using the same thing that Panda was. And it's like, hang about. And then I looked at the quantities and thought, oh, wait a minute. There's a little bit of a bias here. Because the range scale on them when you use multipliers wasn't quite working out statistically. And was always going to give you, over time, a net gain with 1,000 or 2,000. Yeah. So then I decided, I need to change that so that it's more even with any bet. And that's what I did last night. But thank you to you and Panda for pointing that out to me. I like that.
You're such a bitter old man.
I was just going to say, though, Francis, you should take it as a compliment that him seeing you at the top of the board immediately thinks that you're smart enough that you figured something out. And it wasn't just random that you landed there.
No, don't get that. I thought it was just copying Panda, and I was right. So there you go.
No, You were right. What the hell? Oh my god.
Anyway,
Oh, my God.
anyway, wait a minute. Dave Roy, hello. Have I spoken to you before?
Yes. I'm
Yes.
pretty sure I've spoken to everyone on this group. I'm the one that gives you guys the hard time trying to prove that the Earth is a globe.
Well, you give us a hard time.
Vague description of who you are. They all give us a hard time.
It's a
Yeah.
hard time describing Earth as a globe.
That's like saying it's a hard time proving that vehicles are really convenient for travel. It's not really.
No.
So,
can you explain to me, what is it, 1,000 miles per hour, whatever? Why don't we feel it?
okay. No. Let me ask a question first because it's very important. This is a little. You can disagree with me, Francis, but this is a little tip, right? This is what I used to do when I used to teach 3D graphics. The problem with giving an answer is there's no intrinsic worth to an answer, an absolute answer, because it doesn't get you there. You only assign weight to an answer if you get to it yourself. If you're given it, there's a lot less weight to that, and that's what I used to figure out in 3D graphics, right? Because they'd ask me a question. If I just answered, they'd forget it next week, week after that. But if I asked enough questions whereby they got to the answer themselves, I'd never need to mention it again. And that is pretty true of anything that might require a few steps.
Yeah, that's actually very like an awesome way.
Yeah.
To get someone to actually retain something.
Yeah, absolutely. So my question to you, Dave, is if we've got a piece of string, right, and we're swinging something at the end of it, and we know how many times it's going to rotate. It's got a rotation rate, right? And we're swinging it, and we know how many times it's going to rotate. Do you think it's possible for us mathematically to very, very simply work out the acceleration that anything on the end of that string would feel?
Well, acceleration is to increase speed.
No. Wait a minute. There is another component to that as well. So it is a change. It can be a change in velocity over time, but what's the other component in that as well? Where
Stingray, you're wrong too, right there.
what change in velocity over time?
It's only a change in velocity over time. Speed is what you're talking about.
All right, yeah. So change in direction is the thing that we're missing here, and that's why we're using a spinny piece of string and something tied to the end of it, like a weight or something. But do you think we could?
Momentum.
All right, forget acceleration.
Is technically right. It's a change in momentum over time.
Yeah. So do you think we can? Do you think we can calculate that force though? Yeah. Do you think we can calculate that force though, Dave? If we're spinning this at a set rate, yeah.
I mean, you could. I'm going to be kind of a devil's advocate. It will decrease in its rate with each swing.
Really? So if it's got a consistent RPM.
I'm afraid I can't do that, Dave.
Oh, that's so cool. If anybody doesn't get that, obviously that's 2001: Space Odyssey, right? But so you're saying that if I sit in a let's say a merry-go-round that's spinning at a consistent rate, and I'm at the outside edge,
you can't feel a car that's not changing speed when in it,
and I'm holding a glass of water, the water in that glass is going to be at an angle. But what you're saying is the more if I go round on a merry-go-round at a consistent rate, let's say 20 RPM, right? 20 revolutions per minute, quite fast one. And for some reason, with the radius, I've got water that's at 45 degrees. Are you saying that it's going to not be at 45 degrees and it's going to level out if I stay at 40 RPM?
Now you've implied a mechanical force pushing it.
What's the mechanical force pushing it?
A merry-go-round wouldn't continue. It's like nothing. It wouldn't keep going without some kind of energy pushing it.
Well, I could, if I had an amazing bearing set on it, I could set it spinning, and depending on, obviously there'd be friction on it, but it could be so small and so heavy that merry-go-round could just keep going for a long time. But that's not really the issue here. The issue is, given the RPM not changing, do you think that water is going to level out, or do you think it's going to stay at 45 degrees?
I would say it's going to splash all over you.
No, we've got it at a consistent rate. There's no like ups and downs. It's not banging anywhere. We're just looking at the water, and it's 45 degrees. Do you think that 45 degrees is ever going to change? We're gripping it, and we're being pushed backwards against the the seat or something.
Yeah, I mean, I would only assume you're correct because you're saying it. So
yeah. So here's the thing. So do you think it's possible we can work out, because that requires a force, right? Do you think it's possible for us to work out the force that's responsible for that, as in the magnitude of the force, the strength of that force, because we know the RPM and we know the radius?
Yeah, okay, yeah.
Okay, brilliant. Do you think it's possible for you to work out that force if you were stood on the equator with a 6.4 million meter radius with 1 revolution per day, or 0.00068 revolutions per minute?
I would get pretty bored.
It's relatively easy, and but when you do it, do you think that might be a good thing to strengthen your argument when you say, why can't we feel this? If it's really simple for you to work out, which it is. I mean, you could even use an online calculator, right? But when it's really easy to work out like that, do you think that would strengthen your argument, saying, hey, why don't we feel this at the equator?
Yeah, that's a very good point.
Yeah. So what I recommend you do to strengthen your argument is say,
well, I can't afford to go to the equator.
No, you don't need to go to the equator. But the equator is, the equator is where you'd feel the highest magnitude of that effect, obviously, because it's 1,000 miles at the equator. But further north it isn't. But you could go and calculate this at the equator, and when you do, you get a number. And then once you've got that number, which is an acceleration, you can then figure out, well, you can do searches, to just a simple search to say, what's the minimum that an average human being will detect in acceleration? And then you can see how that number matches to human perception and sensory systems. And then you can say, hey, this far surpasses human perception. We should be able to feel this, and we don't. Or you could say, well, hang about, shit, this falls well below human perception. We're never going to feel this.
That, kind of fall under the category of G forces?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so if you say, so what is it? It's when you work it out, it's
What if
3%
Earth is fed?
of a G. So 3/1000ths of a G.
Coriolis effect.
So what you're saying is, when you're stood at the the vector, as in so a vector is you've got a direction and a magnitude, right? Is straight up from your feet to your head. So at the equator, the place where you would feel this the most, once you do all the math. God damn it! I hate that noise now. When you work it out at the equator, it's 0.3% of gravity, which means you weigh 0.3% less. Now, if you're telling me that you should be able to go to the equator and think, oh my God, I feel 0.3% less than I did, at the North Pole. I'd put it to you that, well, hang about, that's a bit weird.
Yeah, that wouldn't be.
Yeah. So now I've got another thought experiment for you. So that's with the vector going
What
up.
did everyone do before
right?
gravity was invented?
So that's That's with the vector going up. Now, we're not good at detecting that. We're good at detecting acceleration based on lateral balance with our inner ear, right? So if I shove you, you can stabilize yourself, even with your eyes shut. And that's because of the fluid in your inner ear. Now, if I accelerate you left or right, you can feel that a lot more than if I accelerated you up, because we're built for balance, not necessarily, the uppity direction. So here's the thing. An equivocation of what you've just said on how we should feel it would be me saying the following. I'm going to shut all the windows on a commercial jet. You're going to be sat there and you're going to have a tray in front of you with a glass of water on it. Now, this jet is going to be traveling across a beautiful, flat, non-rotating water scientist level flat plane at 1,000 miles an hour. Now, oh my God, jackpot, fuck off. And anyway, that is so distracting now. And the pilot, what he's going to do is going to use the rudder, right? Is going to use the rudder to change the direction of the aircraft. So he's not going to tilt the wings or anything, just the rudder. And he's going to make the aircraft turn at 0.25 degrees every minute. So a quarter of a degree turn every minute. That's the rate that he's going to be turning. Now, if you look at that glass of water and you can't see outside, I dare say even if you could see outside, it wouldn't make a difference. Do you think you'd be able to tell if he chose a random direction, which direction the plane was turning? 0.25 degrees every minute.
Oh, no, not at all.
Now, that is the highest magnitude of the change of direction at the equator.
Yeah, okay.
So when you come up and say, why don't we feel it? The answer's there already. You just need to ask more foundational questions to strengthen your argument. And when you do that, you realize, well, hang about, there's not an argument there. That makes sense?
Oh, it absolutely does. Stingray?
Cool.
I am 100% a globe believer. I just love getting you guys talking about what you know.
Okay.
And instead of just the banter back and forth. And I appreciate it. That was extremely interesting. I soaked it all up. But a lot of times these lives get a little bit sidetracked, and I appreciate everything you just said. That was awesome.
Anything to add, Francis?
I was glitching for half of that, so honestly, I didn't hear any of that. My explanation would be a lot simpler. You blabbed on. You can quantify the force and acceleration of something rotating in centripetal motion, and that force ends up being very small at our angular velocity and our radius. Very, very small. About half a pound for someone 61 kilograms like me.
Yeah, and I hope you don't think you just wasted your time, Stingray, because you didn't. I thoroughly learned a lot.
Dave, this conversation can serve no purpose anymore. Goodbye.
I love TTS.
All right, well then I'll shut up.
No, do you know what that is though, Dave? That's the TTS. That's the chat. I've got a new TTS system. It's I like it. It's interesting. Oh, I've got points as well.
There's someone chirping in the comments about gas pressure. I tried inviting them up so we could talk
Francis
about it.
is a cheater.
The invitation.
Okay.
You're literally
The environment moves with us, which negates any effect to. 3-DOM is highly irregular.
Who do you want up, Francis? Who have you invited?
I invited Bob. He keeps spamming. What's the definition of gas pressure?
All right. Okay. Bob's got 320. No, he's got 85 followers. That's a problem.
No, it's not. Anyone can come up with any followers now.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I did.
Or did I just cheat?
Yeah, I think just to revert all the way
Cheated.
back to the beginning, I think Francis is the only one that's seen me before. I'm the pool guy.
You ask good questions, my friend. You ask good questions.
Yeah.
Sorry, go on.
No, I love when you guys get some kind of retort because.
What are you doing, Dave?
So funny.
but because you guys are so knowledgeable, and I'm not a dumb person, but like all the facts and all the numbers and everything.
Does this put you off? Dave, does it?
Dave, another way you can kind of think about it is, like Stingray might have said, again, I was glitching the whole time, so I missed out on most of it. We have a very slow angular velocity, once a day. And the Earth's radius is so large, it can be approximated that we are moving along in a straight line. And if you are moving in a straight line at a constant velocity, or a constant speed, because we are moving at a constant speed, the Earth is not slowing down or speeding up, at least during our lifetime. If you're moving at a constant speed in a line,
Dave,
you don't feel anything. There's no net force, assuming that you're in a closed container, because obviously you'll have wind resistance, but ignoring that, you won't feel anything moving at a constant speed. And with an angular velocity of, what is it, 0.000694, something like that,
David,
you're not going to be able to feel that.
Dave Roy, the pool guy.
So you just admitted that we move in a straight line, so it's a flat Earth.
No. No. But we are moving at a constant speed, essentially. I mean, the Earth does slow down over geologic timescales, obviously. But in a human lifetime, the speed that we're rotating at is going to be the speed. And that's what I was trying to say about velocity and speed, Stingray. So speed is your magnitude of your velocity. So it's how much distance you're traveling over time. Velocity is a vector, so that includes the magnitude, which is your speed, and your direction. So something going around in a circle at a constant speed, i.e. the amount of distance you're traveling over time stays constant, but we're consistently changing direction, that still experiences an acceleration, still experiences a force. I'm not speeding up or slowing down, but I am consistently veering off to the left as we rotate once a day.
Yeah, and I've heard these arguments before, or these facts is what they are.
Yeah.
Before, and they're still fascinating.
Dave.
Now, what I think his name is Amit said in the chat is true. The definition of force is your change in momentum over time. So that includes, so your momentum is a product of your mass and your velocity. So if you have a mass change too, that can also involve a force. So think about when a rocket expels part of itself, its mass is changing. And so there's forces involved with that too. But if we assume something's at a constant mass, not gaining and losing weight as I go around the Earth necessarily that much, it really just depends on changes in your velocity.
Score is being marked as spam.
I've actually got violations and restrictions as well, guys, which might alter things a little bit that will be out of my control. Let me have a look. I'm sorry, Dave. Just give me 2 seconds. I'm gonna try something, guys. I'm gonna turn off the spam and stuff. I'm not gonna have the wheel visible because I don't know why it's doing this. Because it says unsolicited gifts.
I just need to know if I won my 10th.
But there's no unsolicited gifts, which is a little bit weird. Oh, that's one of the things that it quotes.
Yeah. Dave, if you had a Ferris wheel or a merry-go-round, either one, that was frictionless with no air resistance, it would spin forever.
But in what environment would it not have resistance?
That's the whole thing. The second law of thermodynamics, entropy is always the same or increasing, you're always going to have things like friction. You're always going to have energy losses that dissipate into the environment that you can't get back.
Absolutely, and and like I said, Francis, I am 100% on your guys' side. I just like getting you guys talking. Like sometimes these lives get a little sideways and start talking about some weird stuff, and I
big
just
time.
like it. Yeah, no, they're
Where's the
awesome.
leaderboard?
But I just like when Stingray and
Here she is, never wins a spin. It's Jody.
Sorry to interrupt, Dave. I'm just gonna stop you there.
Dave.
it's certain people
Now,
or Hasselblatt. They just when they really start getting into their expertise, it's awesome.
Cheers.
So,
yeah.
Holy
I wish
shit.
flat earthers
Wait a
would
minute.
like to talk about.
I've just figured something out. Maybe what it's on about is the fact that you tap and get points, which is what it's calling inorganic like solicitation or something. Maybe that's it.
So everyone's
Good
been
morning,
cheating this whole
Stingray
time. Is
and
that what you're saying?
Francis.
Cool. Hi, Cheyenne. Yeah, speaking of expertise, I wish more people wanted to talk
That
about
would make
geology, but
sense.
the flat earthers don't even believe in physics. They don't even want to talk about geology.
I was actually a huge geology fan when I was a kid.
Oh, cool.
Yep, I got
Not anymore. Or?
No, I mean it's just hasn't really been a thing. I mean, I was in the Army for 12 years, and then I just kind of
Yeah, I got you.
been a part of my life.
I used to love geology, and then I met Francis.
Now
who
he
the fuck
hates
are you?
geology.
Who the fuck are you?
Yeah. Geology used to be really interesting, and then welcome, Francis.
Oh my god. Well, Stingray fucking thinks the moon is made of granite, so let's talk about that. That is hilarious. It's funny, Dave, you and I are the opposite. I've never taken a geology or earth science class till I got to college.
Wow.
Yeah, and then I realized what it is, and I was like, oh shit, this is fucking awesome.
Francis never made my geology series videos that I wanted with like Monday questions and then answers during the week.
I do think, Francis, you ought to do
your whole live platform.
Francis, is there uranium on the moon?
No. Francis, I do think you ought to do like some climate change explanation stuff about the facts with all the charts and stuff. I really do, because
thank you.
I'd really like a discussion on what people suggest on how we tackle it. I really would, and it's not just a let's cut down and cut back, as in how do we go about doing that while supporting everybody that needs to do that. I think that's pretty interesting.
The thing, right? I get way too emotional with those chats. It's one thing talking about the flat Earth. It's another talking about the fate of the planet. I get way too emotional, and your conversations about how we fix this are of no interest to me. I'm not an engineer. I'm not an economicist. I don't care what steps we make. My job or my expertise, my field is to present the science of how we know and what the effects are. Past that, that's up to everyone else. I don't care.
Okay, I got you. Wait a minute. 10 leveled. Hello.
Hello, how are you?
Yeah, not too bad. Are you a flat earther?
Yeah, I believe the Earth is stationary.
Oh, wicked. Wait a minute then. So I've got just so we get a few grounding questions out of the way. Can you see this board?
Do I see what?
I've just switched the board to show a few things. Yeah. So this is normally what I do when just to get an understanding for what position you are and what you've done and all that kind of stuff. So the first question, really important, if you believe the Earth is flat, have you ever measured it with units and values?
I have never measured, but I have tried to Okay, the answer is no, I've never.
Okay, no, that's fine. Just from my point of view, if I ever wanted to find the truth of something, as in the geometric shape, or the physical shape, so I could represent it geometrically, I would actually have to survey and measure it. Otherwise, I'm just making things up. So that's something to take away from that point. But you've answered it. That's fine. The second point is: have you got a good explanation on how a gyro compass works, an inertial navigation system gyro compass? Do you know what that is?
I've heard about it, but I don't know how it works.
Okay, so basically, this is one that's been split in half. This is a vacuum sealed. Well, there's a gasket that goes on here, and then a top part, and it's a vacuum. It's vacuum sealed as well. You pull a vacuum inside it for less friction, and then it spins up at an incredible RPM. Right now, when it's spinning, and up at speed, even though nothing's changed, this gyroscope, a mechanical gyroscope on 3 axes, starts to precess. Now, the leading edge of that precession, no matter which direction you're in, the leading edge of it is true east. So therefore, true north, true south, true west. But this requires that the frame of reference that you're on is rotating. And the inertial frame of reference of this thing, that's how we get the precession. So there's a difference between the two. We've used this for many decades for navigation. I've got no idea how this would work if the Earth was stationary. Do you have an idea?
No, to be honest, I don't.
Okay, that's fair enough. That's something to look into. Have you got a theory on why things fall?
Yeah, that one I think is because of just density.
So describe to me what you mean by density.
Like how heavy an object is compared to the medium it is on. Okay,
so there's a problem with that statement, right? So heavy requires what you're talking about there is a force, right? And heavy is not necessarily about density. It's about
the mass over volume of the object.
Yeah, so density is mass per unit volume. So let's say 1 kilogram mass in 1 cubic meter would be, which would then give us the density, right? But that doesn't say anything about weight in that. That's just a property of how much stuff is in a given area. That doesn't say this is going to weigh something. And I used 1 kilogram mass there specifically, by the way. But in order to weigh it, we need a force meter, right? So we'd call them scales. So we'd place scales underneath it. I'm asking, why do you think it moves towards those scales and registers a force?
Because you have to compare it with the medium it is in, which in this case could be air. So the air is less dense.
Okay, so here we go. I've got a question for you. Let's. This is a conceptualized little experiment, right? Well, a little thought experiment. So we've got. Do you know what hermetically sealed is? Just means 0 in, 0 out for any kind of matter or anything like that. So this is a perfect glass sphere. Inside it is a gas. Okay. That gas has a density of 1. We don't care what the unit is. It's just a density of 1. Now, it's filling the entirety of the inside of this lovely glass sphere. Well, Now over here I've got a solid ball, right? It's solid. In fact, I'm going to make that less shiny while I'm here because I love getting distracted. There we go. So I've got a solid ball, right? Now this ball has a density of 1 million. So the gas here has a density of 1, and this has a density of 1 million. Now, when I move the ball into the middle of this other ball, so it's in the center of the gas, is there any other information that you need to tell me what's going to happen if I released the 1 million density ball in this 1 density gas in hermetically sealed chamber? What other information would you need to tell me what's going to happen force-wise, movement-wise?
The information I'll need the information I'll need
Yep.
is
The leader of the Panda Gang
glass
is here.
sphere.
Welcome,
Where
Specialist
is
Panda.
the glass sphere suspended somewhere?
Well, let's just say it's in front of us.
So it's okay, yeah. So then the 1 million dense sphere will just drop down.
What? Why? So, wait a minute. So it's equidistant in every single direction. Yeah, equal distance.
Yeah.
The density is one all around. It kind of just feels like it's ignored that it's equal in every single direction, and you've just said it's going to go down, but you didn't need any of the other things to choose down, did you? Why did you choose down?
Because that's what our observation happens. That's how I observe things. When every time an object is just dropped down, it just goes down, or you suspend it. If it's dense enough, it just goes down.
Yeah. So the problem here is let's see if we understand this. In every single direction that this 1 million density ball could go, it's equidistant in every single direction because it sits dead in the center. So
suspending it, right?
So it's in there. Let's just say it's got little strings on it, and we're going to vanish those strings away. You chose correctly. It's going to go down, but in every single direction was the same density and the same distance. So it seems like the density and distance didn't mean anything if it's just going to go down, right?
We are making so many assumptions.
What assumptions are we making?
We're assuming that this is a practical thing, that something like this can happen. But I'm sure you can't do this in real life.
You could do this in real life if you wanted. So my question would be this, right?
I, in your world, gasped. It has the same potential to fall in any direction.
Yeah, so it could go in absolutely any direction. And the other thing about this is, if you say it's going to go down because it's here, what about if I place it here? Does it still go down? What about if I place it here?
Yes.
Does it still go down?
Yes.
What about if I place it here? Does it still go down? Now, the issue with saying yes to all of them is the density difference, the amount of stuff in every single direction is the same. And when I bias it either way, it says, I don't care. I'm still going to go down. Now, I find that weird because this down has nothing to do with the apparent density because I can wiggle the amount of density at either side and it doesn't seem to make a difference, right? It's just going to go down. And just so that you know, this actually goes like that. Just so you know. And the reason it goes like that, do you know why? There was one component that we're missing, and that's the direction of the ground. So the direction of the ground was the biggest component here that we were missing. This blue mass heads towards the ground, independent of the density or the amount of stuff around. It didn't make a difference. There could have been more stuff.
That's what I meant.
But wait a minute.
When you said down.
Yeah, but do you understand that down had nothing to do with the density difference between these mediums, right? You do get that.
No, it had everything to do with it falling towards the ground.
So the ground cannot affect this, can it? Because it's in a sealed chamber.
It will and it can.
Okay, so how does the ground affect a sealed chamber with the density that is equal in every single direction? Just out of interest.
Okay, let me say I don't know.
Okay,
I don't know
you don't know. That's fine.
There.
That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. We'll move on. Right. So another big one. Can you say why the sun floats? And wait a minute, I'll add something to that. Why does the sun float and then make a consistent right-hand turn? Why would the sun float, number one? And then why does it make a consistent right-hand turn? You know what I mean by that, right?
No, are you assuming the sun makes a consistent right turn?
I'm not assuming. I'm actually stating objective reality, right? Because throughout the days of the year, the sun will follow predominantly, give or take a very small arc minute, a parallel latitude line, a number of degrees that it will stay. Yeah. Now, why on a flat Earth is the sun floating? And why on a flat Earth is it making a right-hand turn? What would be your explanation for that?
I think that's how it was just created. It's very hard.
Both times I've tried to spin Stingray got rid of the wheel.
That's how the designer of this world designed it.
Oh, right. So the designer of the world thought, I know, I'm going to put something here. I'm going to make it float and make it go right. Yep. Right.
Yeah.
Cool story. Okay. So that's an answer for that one. Have you ever seen, and this is an interesting one, have you ever seen a flat Earth sundial that would work on a flat Earth?
No, I've never.
You are aware that every single sundial is designed for a globe, right? Do you know this?
No, I didn't know, to be honest.
All right. Would you,
let me tell you something. Let me give you a disclaimer.
Okay.
I'm not a professional or anything. I just base my judgment through my day-to-day experience.
And your faith, right? Your day-to-day experience isn't that a designer created a sphere that floats and makes a right-hand turn.
When it comes to heavenly bodies, like the sky, that's where I'll just say faith. But
can you recommend a good sundial for the garden?
Right. So I'll just show you this really quickly. So a sundial is designed for a globe via a very important number of mechanisms, right? One is this Neumann angle. This Neumann angle aligns to the rotation axis of a sphere. And that's why we have north 29. It just means this is going to be 29 degrees up from the actual horizontal sundial. And another strange thing we have is we have compression of numbers of hours around solar noon. This is actually designed the opposite way that would have to be on a flat Earth. I've got a current challenge out to flat
Tackle
earthers.
Daddy in the house. Come look at his focal length.
I've got a current challenge out to flat earthers, and the challenge is quite simple. Get a sundial that works in your garden. Bring it inside.
How much for the kitchen table sundial?
Bring it inside and put it on a table, and then you've got the full freedom to do anything you want. But you have to make the sun go round in a circle. But you can make the sun go up and down and all sorts of stuff. You can do whatever you want. Move the sundial wherever you want, and even change the orientation of the sundial. It does need to be pointed north, though. No matter what you do, when you start rotating the sun round in 1/24th increments to symbolize an hour, that sundial will never tell the time again. But if you put it back in your garden, it absolutely will. But then if you bring it back inside and you move the light source a long, long way away and get a beach ball, and you put the sundial that works in your garden on a beach ball and you rotate it at 15-degree increments, it'll tell the time perfectly. That's a bit weird, right?
That's interesting, yeah.
Have a go. It's the last video pinned on my TikTok. Have you got a good idea on how southern flight paths work?
No, I don't have.
Do you know the problem with them on a flat Earth, right?
I understand that it doesn't make sense if you're traveling along the southern hemisphere to go to the northern hemisphere.
No, it's actually worse than that for a flat Earth. So for a flat Earth, let's take two flight paths, right? We've got one from Johannesburg and to Sydney, and then we've got one from Santiago to Sydney. Now, a very interesting thing. Let's choose the Santiago to Sydney one, or Sydney to Santiago, because here what we've got is this flight leaves Sydney and it flies south. The reason why we know it flies south is people on this flight, they see New Zealand out of the left-hand side of the aircraft, right? But it's flying south to get over there, which is, I'm not going to lie, it's a bit weird. Now, one thing that no one ever sees on this flight is, like Hawaii, then North America, and then like Mexico, and the Yucatan Peninsula. Yeah. So it doesn't take this, but let's just say, let's choose the actual path that it does take. It sets off going southeast. Now, at the end of the path, and actually sometimes in winter, you can actually see the ice sheets as well out the right-hand side of the aircraft. It depends on time of year. But then here, it emerges and seems to be going northeast to Santiago, Chile, but very much it's actually northeast. So quite an acute angle from north to get to Santiago, Chile, which really wouldn't be the case. Now, this again is this is over 20,000 miles. No commercial airliner can do this. This is not possible.
Yeah.
But and for a commercial airliner to do this, it'd have to refuel 3 times, and it'd have to be flying faster than Concorde.
What about Johannesburg to Santiago?
So there isn't any Johannesburg to Santiago. There'll be layover flights because that's impossible on both. Now, the important thing is, if we look at those flights on a globe, right?
Yeah.
They're really simple and they're really short. And it all makes sense. So you leave Sydney, you see New Zealand, South Island, New Zealand.
Yeah.
You're going south. You skirt the ice sheets in winter, and then you appear to be going northeast to Santiago, Chile, right? So and this is the length that it goes, and this is accurate to the amount of time that it takes as well. But that's the same for any flight path in the southern hemisphere. Now, the important thing about flight paths in the southern hemisphere is the main differences between a flat Earth and a globe Earth, if we're looking at flight paths, is that distances cease to work when you're approaching the equator and then increasingly get batshit crazy as you go further south on a flat Earth. Because if you think about it, these longitudinal lines here, they're diverging from the North Pole, and that's true on both models. However, when you're passing like the Tropic of Cancer, they're not diverging as much on a globe, and then by the time you're at the equator, they're parallel on a globe, but that's not true on a flat Earth. And then by the time you're at the Tropic of Capricorn, they're converging very much. Yet on a flat Earth, they're still diverging. So when we look at flight paths in the southern hemisphere on a flat Earth, we realize they don't match objective observed reality. But on a globe, they do. And the reason for it is this discrepancy. Australia is not wider than the continental United States. It isn't. But here it would appear to be. Now, when people say, well, that's not our map, I'm really sorry. This is objectively this is reality, because the longitudinal degrees are actually for let's say we just take it on longitudinal lines for Australia, it is objectively around 2.7 longitudinal lines on any model, which is like 1/24 of the sun's rotation plus 8.7. But when you look here at the continental United States, this is like 3 wide. So Australia shouldn't stretch all of this, but because of that distortion of the A projection, which is just like it's what you call a polar projection, that's why things start to get really, really weird in the south on a flat Earth, and things just cease to be able to work. Here's another thing. There's a few other things that are a little bit strange on a flat Earth as well. Like if you sit outside of the Tropic of Capricorn and you're below it, as in more southern on a flat Earth, there's a few weird things that happen. Now, one of them is that this sun no longer functions if it's rotating around a northern center point, because that's not what anybody sees in most of Australia, Tasmania, and New Zealand, or South Africa, Cape Town, or most of Argentina in December, they don't see the sun rotating around a northern point. That can't be rationalized. They actually see the sun rotating around a southern point. And this is observed reality. So if we were to plot that out, this is what people in Brisbane see, is the sun in this direction. It rises south of east, which would be over the ice wall. And then it comes north, and then it sets south of west, which is over the ice wall. Which means if we were to say that this is rotating around a flat plane, it has to be rotating around a southern point, not a northern one. So this is so this is pretty much unexplained on a flat Earth. But guess what? Do you know where it works perfectly?
I can see how it will work on a sphere.
Yeah. It just works.
But don't you think this is a straw man?
What, the flat Earth map?
Yeah.
No, because I'll tell you why. The only assumption that I put in this map or this model is that the Earth is flat. That's the singular assumption. I now have a logic deterministic thing to make, right, about the sun. So I have to say, well, the sun's local and it rotates around the center, right? So I'm just inferring that because logically it seems like it would have to be true if the Earth were flat. So I've got one assumption, and then I've got the assertion that, well, if the Earth is flat, then the sun has to be local and it has to be going around a center point. Everything else is taken from objective reality, including the ground position of the sun. So an example would be, it is an objective distance from the North Pole to the Tropic of Capricorn to the equator, and the Tropic of Cancer to the equator, and then the Tropic of Capricorn. So it's an objective distance from the North Pole to Brisbane, Australia. It just is. Brisbane, Australia is further out, and if the sun is coming over the Tropic of Capricorn on the 22nd of December, if you stand anywhere on this red line, anywhere, including in the ocean, Madagascar, South Africa, South America, if you stand on this, the sun's going to come straight over your head on that day. So,
but let me ask you something.
Yeah, go for it.
Don't you think it is unfair to judge the ground or the shape of the ground by observing up in the sky?
Well, it depends what you mean by fair. You see, the problem with fair is...
that's great, but we'll...
The problem with fair is like a comparative
Why do
thing,
they
right?
all repeat the same nonsense?
Okay, let me use
Flat
logical.
earthers have to say that because they have no answer to the sky.
I'll tell you what. Here's another example then. Let's not use... So all of this supports the globe, and it does use the sun. It can use shadows. We can use anything we want. But let's now solely and exclusively...
Send me the scripts. I need to be off book by Friday.
We need to exclusively look at the ground, right? And it needs to be the real ground. Nothing else, just the ground. So a good way to do this is... do you know what foreshortening is? Or let's say, well, lateral compression. Basically what it is if we were to play a snooker game, right, and I gave you a cue, I'd probably want to win, and I'm going to give you intentionally the worst, the most bent cue that there is, right? I just will, because I want to win. Now, how would you determine if that cue is bent or not? What would you do?
Observing.
Yeah, but is there anything that you do angle-wise to that cue to see if it's bent?
I have no idea, to be honest.
So what you do, you'd look down it, right? You'd point it away from you and look down it and squint a little bit to see if it bends. The reason you're doing that is you're not looking at it side on because you won't be able to tell whether it bends or not. But if you turn it to an acute angle to yourself and look down it, you can see whether it bends, because what it's doing is it's accentuating that angle because you're...
We always talk about a firmament, but have you learned how to firm a man?
Oh my God. So, anyway, oh my God, that's just totally put me off. Right. Anyway, Yeah, no, I'm just going to show you because fuck this shit. So anyway, there's a causeway. Do you know what a causeway is? It's just an equal elevation
You
road.
have a second flat earther in the box.
Yeah, one at a time. So what we've got here is we've got a causeway. Now, on the construction documents, you can go away. This is Lake Pontchartrain Causeway. It's 23.8 miles long. Now, these are junction boxes, power relay junction boxes. Are actually auto switching from two main power suppliers that supply the bridge and these that supply the causeway and these bridges. Now, these junction relays sit 15 feet above the water surface. Now, if I covered all of the bridge up and all of these little run-ins for the all of the causeway and these run-ins for the bridges, and looked at just the water, I wouldn't see any curvature. I wouldn't be able to see curvature. So, but because I've got something highly contrasting on it, I can see that, well, hang about, these equal elevation boxes above the water, they seem to curve, don't they? Can you see that?
Yeah, they seem to curve.
Yeah. So this is a frame from a video. Now I've got the information here. It's a Sony A7R2, which is a full frame camera, coupled to an 8-inch Celestron telescope. So someone went over, stood at 14 stories high, and pointed a telescope at this causeway. We are actually looking at a very compressed 16.5 miles of this causeway. Now, what I can do with all of this information using perspective and geometry is say, okay, well, what would we expect to see if the Earth were flat? And the answer is this. This is a complete scale and field of view, perspective, camera matched, relevant prediction of geometry and that camera on looking at it and saying, well, if the Earth was flat and the water doesn't change and the causeway doesn't change, this is what we would expect to see.
Are you assuming that?
Oh, sorry, go on.
Are you assuming that there's no flaws in how we see things?
I am absolutely only assuming a perfect, like camera and a perfect rectilinear telescope which was used, right? So I'm assuming everything that was used, and I'm saying this is what it would look like if I have geometry to represent it or I built a model, right?
Yeah.
Science is for dummies.
So all I've done is I put 23.8 miles along a flat surface with a ground that's elevated to, I think, 400 meters or so. I can't remember how much it was in the background, but here we go. And when I compare this against the image, it looks nothing like it. In fact, believe it or not, the forest that sits on a hilly area at the other side, and the trees and stuff, and this antenna and all this dome and stuff, the water tower, they all sit really high on a flat Earth, but they sit quite low here, which is a bit weird. And when I compare the geometry to it, it just doesn't match, right? But if I take the flat Earth geometry and I say, well, okay, so over 23.8 miles, what would the curvature of the Earth be? And it works out that the curvature of the Earth would be about 1/3 of a degree, so 0.3 degrees. Now, when I apply that 0.3 degrees to flat Earth, I get this. Now, this is what we would expect to see.
Explaining it to me, Stingray.
Oh, damn it. It's gone. Yeah, you really put me off there. You really put me off there with that fucking TTS.
Oh, come on. That was good. That was so good.
It wasn't bad, but I had to have like a double take on it, then a meaning. Then I came to the realization, and they're like, holy shit. Yeah. Buddy Brown, how you doing? Are you a flat earther?
I let up the other flurf.
He ran from the facts.
Hello, buddy.
That was brilliant, Francis. I left it.
Hello, buddy. Bye-bye, buddy.
Oh, wow. Iron Horse is chirping in the comments. I mean, I don't know if he's going to come up, but...
Mountain Man, are you there?
Their feelings don't care about your facts.
I love your models there, sir.
Okay.
I was wondering if you can make a model, because the flat Earth people always claim that the sun goes away and goes dark because of atmosphere. Okay, So I'm wondering if on your computer and your models, if you could make the sun disappear by, too many parts per million of smoke, pollution, all that stuff, and what it would look like on a flat Earth as it comes over.
Look!
It just gets so far away over the horizon.
Wait a minute! Oh, look! It's almost like I've already done it. Oh, look!
Oh, I haven't seen it yet. Let's see it.
Fogging. So looking from the surface. Oh, it goes dark, and then it goes closer. Oh, there we go.
And live on the same account.
So yeah, this would be.
That doesn't look anything like reality.
No, and this is just dense atmospheric fog that would make it disappear, or anything relating to light attenuation. So you could say that the light just diminishes because of reasons.
Flat earthers.
Yeah. So there you go.
Where's your azimutho grid of vision?
Yeah, that's awesome. No, that's the first time I've seen that on one of your lives. So.
Yeah, so I mean, I've got loads of things where I haven't actually shown them, but that's because flat earthers are pretty rigid in their arguments and self-replicating, I think. So, but I've got loads of things
I don't know if you can argue that how many parts per million of pollution, smoke, etc. would have to be in the atmosphere every single day to be as consistent as the sun rising and setting. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and it's not just
every single day of the year. It would have to be.
But here's the thing. Francis will appreciate this. It's not just the parts per million. You have to work out the transmissive properties of it. So you need the scatter and absorption coefficients based on the density of that material as well.
I now walk around my house saying
which is quite interesting.
whenever something good happens.
No gas will.
Cool.
Why doesn't it grow and shrink?
Appreciate your time. Thank you.
Cool. Oh, look! It looks like an angel in the sky. Look at that.
Jackpot.
Oh, fluff off.
Iron Horse thinks we're shills.
Jackpato. Iron Horse thinks everybody's shills except him.
It's not happening that often. I mean, you clearly don't understand
probability. Whoa! It's not
happening. When I win, you're like, oh.
3 times in the last minute.
The jackpot is that's not true. Are you crazy? The jackpot is happening just as many times as one would expect.
Francis, guess what?
Jackpot.
Okay, well.
So
that's
you see that for comic fucking timing, Francis? There's shit going wrong here with this wheel. I'm just saying. Yeah, you
Tin Pony doesn't count.
Okay.
Yeah, Jackpato.
Potassium pony.
Jackie Potto.
Jackie Potto.
Oh my God, Bry Guy, thank you so much. See, this is what happens when you're likable, Stingray.
I don't know what that means.
Love you, Bry Guy. Wait, what's your score here? What's my score? You know what, Stingray?
Wait a minute, I hope
you're gonna be surprised at how generous I am.
Wait a minute, are you doing a score?
What's up?
Number 1. Oh my God, 241,000.
Yeah, that's okay. That's okay.
Domo arigato, Jackie Potto.
1 second. Just 1 second.
Right, I'm going to take the wheel off to see if we... Yeah, I'm taking the wheel off. It still spins, but I'm taking the wheel off because I think that's how the live's getting shut down and killed.
For who?
For me.
Oh, wow.
I like having the conversations with flat earthers. And I think the wheel there is causing issues. I think. I'm trying to figure out what it is.
I went from 190,000 to 300 yesterday.
That's because Stingray changed the board.
Just so you know,
Francis,
now
can I have some coins?
Now,
Feed
when
my
you
addiction.
no, I've disabled gifting. If you gift, it just goes into the ether and doesn't actually make it to the other people. So I'm just saying. So
are you out of your mind?
What? No, that's what happens now with gifting. Why?
Less crackpots, more
I just sent
jackpots.
all my money to someone.
Oh, that's hilarious. Oh, that is hilarious.
Stingray.
Not seeing the wheel is
Stingray.
saving me so much.
No, I'm only kidding, Francis. I saw that you did that. That's why I just said that. So it's not true, though.
Oh, you son of a bitch! You son of a bitch!
I know. So any flat earthers out there?
Check your score. Check your score, Braga.
So any flat earthers want to come
Someone
up?
said I sound like text-to-speech.
Oh, you kind of do.
I take that as a compliment.
Yeah, you should do. Buddy, are you there
Bring
this
back
time?
the wheel. I need to scratch that itch.
Hello, buddy.
Hey, how you doing?
Yeah, not too bad. Are you a flat earther?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can now.
I side with the flat earthers. They look outside the box, and there are questions that you Globers just can't answer.
Okay, cool.
You know,
that's interesting.
So of course, yes. How could you not be open to it when everything's lied to us about everything the government says?
So
in the last 4 years, look what they've done.
Wait a minute. Just so we can get. Oh, by the way, I can hear myself in speakers behind you, I think. Is there any way you could fix that?
I'm not your friend, buddy.
If you go on mute while you're not talking, so I don't hear myself, that'd be cool because it is quite loud. So I've got a question. And I could still hear myself. Can you just go on mute while you're not talking? That would be cool.
I'm trying to.
I'm not your buddy guy.
Yeah, cheers. That's it. I mean, come off mute when you're going to say something, but it just stops me from listening to myself because I think I sound like an ass, and Francis would agree.
Sorry to stop you.
Yeah.
Sorry to stop you. Oh yeah, your voice is absolutely.
I'm not your guy friend.
Someone in the chat
I'm not your
is
guy
saying
pal.
that Jews are the ones lying to us. Do you want them muted?
Yeah, I can do.
I'm not your guy pal.
All right, got it.
But right, okay. So what I do is I normally ask people questions to get a sound foundation of where you're coming from. So the first question
between skepticism
I
and
ask
paranoia
is: have you ever measured the beautiful flat non-rotating Warhorse Francis level flat plane with units and values? Have you measured it?
What kind of question is that? You may think that you've measured it, but you're only measuring something by the systems that you're given. You're not really doing it.
Okay, that's an answer. There we go. Have you got a good explanation on how a gyro compass in an inertial navigation system works on a beautiful flat non-rotating Warhorse Francis level flat plane?
Well, once again, I can look at the concept of it. I can talk about quantum physics, but no, you haven't either. You've looked at
not required.
I'd love to talk about quantum physics.
I'd love to talk about this gyroscope on my question, to be honest. So quantum physics. What would be the relationship to quantum physics to a conservation of angular momentum in a spinning 3-axis gyroscope?
I was using that as an example.
Okay.
If I talk about quantum physics, it's only stuff I've learned. It's not stuff I've developed
Which
on
is
my
nothing.
own.
Okay. So just really quickly. Wait a minute, buddy. Calm down. So with this gyroscope, it relies on precession to find true direction. Do you understand this?
There again, I don't have to understand it because you're using values that you got somewhere else, and you're using that to base your opinions. If you believe it, great.
Okay, so wait a minute. I don't believe that a gyroscope exists, and I don't believe that a gyroscope stationary.
Boil them, mash them, stick them in a stew.
I don't believe
how to avoid questions.
I can demonstrate that a gyroscope precesses, and that the leading edge of that.
Just making sure you understand what he's talking about, which you don't.
And that precession.
Mute this asshole? Could you mute this asshole, please? What is this?
Oh, absolutely, I can. Yeah. No, that's. I don't think we're going to get a good conversation out of you at all.
That wasn't even me. That was not me.
No, that was me. Well, first of all, if you think TTS in the chat, you can't make the association between synthetic voice. No, he wasn't on about you, Francis. If you can't make out the difference between a synthetic voice and the correlation between what people are talking in chat, and you think that some magical person that's got multiple different voices is in here talking, I don't think we can have a conversation.
Brotato.
I really don't. I I think we've got a problem with that. So, sorry, buddy.
The condescending asshole is me. And
was it?
You don't know quantum physics, and I'm sure I could have proved that in 2 seconds.
This is my normal speaking
the
voice.
Text-to-speech, I didn't do anything.
What are you
text-to-speech.
talking
That
about?
wasn't me. All I said was, which is none. Those were my only three words.
Yeah. I mean, that was an assumption that you probably shouldn't have made, Francis.
Room was less than a room temp.
He had nothing and just wanted to pray.
But now I get what you mean.
No, it was probably a highly probabilistically true assumption. I'm just saying it's an assumption. You probably shouldn't do that. But yeah,
Boy, I really triggered him with that one, huh?
Yeah. I mean, he wasn't answering any questions. He wasn't up for a conversation. He just wanted to spout things. So I'm interested in conversations, not cultists just spouting out and repeating their doctrine. Not interested in that.
I mean, he
Not
might
anymore.
think that he can quote Schrodinger's equation or Schrodinger's cat to say that he knows quantum physics, but I would love to hear him explain how to find eigenvalues and eigenvectors of quantum states.
I think we both know how that would have gone. I can quote Schrodinger's cat quite easy. Meow. Just saying. Right, okay. I wish I could have that as an effect, actually. I'm just...
Get off the stage.
Yeah, so any flat earthers actually want to come up for a conversation? Any flat earthers up for a conversation? How about that? A conversation. Would be very interested in a conversation.
Is right.
Well, it's meow, or maybe not meow.
Or maybe not meow. Nice.
Too early, Stingray. Why? What time is it there? Yeah, but I'm not sure Fly Me to the Moon. Yeah, I'm not sure Fly Me to the Moon. I'm not sure you're a flat
The
earther.
longer the wheel is hidden, the more withdrawal symptoms I have.
You're just a...
They don't know the definition of conversation.
I just think you're...
The Earth is flat because when I look out of my flat window,
He's a nice
which
guy,
is
but this
flat,
is how conversation
it
goes.
looks
Yeah.
flat.
Wait a minute, wait a minute.
My God, these people are ridiculous.
Yeah. I had someone called Angry Hobbit requesting up. I had someone called Angry Hobbit requesting up, and that sounded awesome. I love me an Angry Hobbit. That's funny. But anyway. And what's interesting is, hobbits go around like barefoot. And the weird thing is, it was shot in New Zealand, and most people in New Zealand predominantly go around barefoot. How cool is that? Casually. Just saying.
Cool.
Bit of trivia.
Hi Stingray, this is Clem Fandango. Can you hear me? The Earth is dodecahedron.
Nice.
Fly Me to the Moon likes to bully globers in fluff echo chambers.
Okay.
Angry Hobbit is just level devil's
think he's
alt
a bully.
account.
Oh, right, okay.
I don't think Fly Me to the Moon is a bully. I never found him to be a bully.
Meow.
I did that already. I did that joke, specialist.
There are more sheep in New Zealand than people.
Really? There are
Sophie
more. There are
Hobbit.
7 million sheep in New Zealand. That seems high. Not gonna lie.
Well, there's more ants in every continent than people on every continent, so.
Yeah. But sheep are quite resource demanding, so I find that surprising.
Yeah, you're
Easily
right.
more sheep.
Well, look it up.
Yeah, I might do actually.
I can't because I'm at work, so.
No, but you got time to piss around on
Francis,
TikTok, right,
watch
Francis?
him when he's in a flat Earth echo chamber.
Correct.
Number of sheep.
I wanted to hammer down on its stingray law.
New Zealand.
Approximately 25.07 million sheep.
Holy fuck, yeah, that's
Oh my god, yeah, got the TTS to work. I didn't know how lol.
That's like 4 times more sheep than people. That is astonishing. That's a lot.
Stingray, are you not going to talk about how generous I am giving up my first place spot to Bry Guy, my friend?
Yeah, sure, generous. Right, moving on. Needing flat earthers. Needing flat earthers. Oh, here you go. How do you know that you're in a cult and indoctrinated? That would have been an interesting thing for Buddy.
Someone tries to hand you a suspicious cup of Kool-Aid.
Hello?
Hello.
I wanted to jump in on all the flat earth stuff you were talking about. It's really entertaining.
Okay.
Well, first of all, I'm not a flat earther. I've actually seen the curvature of the earth myself. I'm an iron worker, so I build skyscrapers, and I've been up high enough to actually just see the curvature.
Oh, nice.
New Zealand, where the men are men and the sheep are nervous.
Yeah, there's no, yeah, where the men are men and sheep are scared.
Does this rag smell like chloroform?
Oh my god. TTS is a bad idea. It really is. I'm regretting this.
Yeah.
Terribly.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to go on a little bit of a rabbit trail on this, but I don't know if any of you guys have read or are familiar with comic books.
Oh, with Francis, that would be an absolute no. I'm just speculating here, but I'm pretty sure.
Are you out of your mind?
Yeah. What's your favorite comic book? What's your favorite comic book character, Francis?
I am not getting into this. I am not getting cornered
See what I mean?
by you.
See what I mean?
David Weiss is
See what I
afraid
mean?
and used a free trip to Antarctica.
First off, no. I have read Umbrella
The
Academy
sheep all
before
go.
it came out on
Ba,
TV.
ba, ba.
I've read Walking Dead before it came out on TV. I've read Sweet Tooth before it came out on TV. So, I mean, I can keep going, but you're just going to corner me and everything I say will not matter. Do we have a problem here?
All right, so this has nothing to do with your comic proclivities. It's a simile or a metaphor.
No, Stingray's just
allegory. So I was going for an allegory, not World War III. But here's my
Francis' favorite comic book
allegorical
character is
story.
Jughead.
In the Batman comic books, Bruce Wayne got older, and the first Robin became old enough that he
right,
could be
that's all I got to say.
Batman, and somebody shot Bruce Wayne. Sent him back in time. It was a whole thing. Robin became Batman because Batman disappeared. Well, when Bruce Wayne went on whatever side quest he was on and came back, he didn't want to take over being Batman anymore. He wanted to franchise. He wanted to take other young up and coming superheroes in different cities and have them be
Spoilers.
Batman for that city. And so he started working with that and letting Robin still be Batman. But one of the things that he did in order to keep this, in order to
Analogy.
preserve
The word
OPSEC
you're
and
looking for
hide
is
his
analogy.
identity, with all of the stuff that was going on, he released files on himself on message boards and various other things, outing himself as Batman, but then he also put in a bunch of misinformation and sent it out and other alternate theories. So now, whenever somebody was like, I think Bruce Wayne is Batman, dude, I heard about that on 4chan. You're crazy. And the problem...
What's your point, dude?
I'm getting to my point. The problem...
I love TTS.
Yeah. Just fuck this TTS. It is messing with me. The problem with flat earthers is they're absolutely right in...
How go you know he has an allergy?
That we're being lied to. Because we're being lied to about a bunch of shit. The problem is, as human beings, most of us have this innate need to
Can
know
we
what
land
the
this
quote
plane?
real thing is. And so they latched on to this other lie that was either put out on purpose or just put out because somebody was trolling and it took a little bit of root. And so once you got the idea that I know what the real lie is, not the fake lie,
The
cognitive
point will be
dissonance
delivered in
sets
3
in, and
to
you are
5 business
indoctrinated and
days.
impossible to open up.
The plane can't land.
Okay. All right.
I mean, that was
Blah blah
like, that
blah
was
something
it,
something comic book proves lies.
It's
The
not,
thing is,
it's not that hard to lie to somebody and convince them it's the truth, but it's damn near impossible to convince somebody that they've been lied to and fell for
TLDR
it.
lies only work when they're buried in truth. You're welcome.
I'm going to disagree with you there.
There's a 9/11 joke here somewhere.
Yeah, so Angry Hobbit.
This plane is less dense than the Atmos plane.
So the problem that you've got is it is impossible for me to lie to an individual and convince them that insect farts power commercial passenger airplanes. That is impossible on so many levels, not least because 1, it doesn't work out mathematically or logically. 2, I can verify whether it's a thing, right? So I can't convince someone that that is the case because you could just simply logically invalidate it as well as actually go out and demonstrably, objectively measure it. So I disagree with the premise. The shape of the Earth is measurable. The only way that you can believe the Earth is flat from a lie is if you are also both ignorant and lazy. That's it.
I never said that people who believe the Earth is flat weren't ignorant or weren't lazy.
Yeah, so flat Earth is a delusion that requires you to be both ignorant and lazy because you cannot measure it. You cannot put effort in to find out the truth. You only have to go off other people's opinions and inference. And with that, you can maintain your flat Earth doctrine.
Well,
so it's not the same. I don't think it you could, but anybody that believes in flat Earth, you can convince them that jet fuel is actually made from poppy seeds. You would be able to do that. Do you know why? Because they're ignorant.
Yes.
And by the way, so Angry Hobbit, you can't do that on stream. You can't. That would be a no-no.
God, that plane had a lot of turbulence there.
Yeah, but he also sparked up and started smoking, so can't do that.
Well,
I don't know why you can't do that, to be honest. Which is a bit
Dumb
weird.
and lazy must be. Round desserts, obviously.
I can even tell you the make of Zippo lighter that he was using because I used to smoke for a long time. No, I can't do that. But it was a Zippo. So anyway, yes, you gave all your points away, Francis.
Smoking's bad, Mumtay.
Yeah,
there are a bunch of flirts that claim jet fuel is fake and
you might
planes
think
run
I
on
have like
compressed
this
air.
unpenetrable wall of pride that I can't break.
What, me?
But you're wrong, huh?
What, me?
Yeah, you.
I don't have a unpenetrable wall of pride. I have a.
Wish me a happy birthday today.
Happy birthday, Brad. I have a amazing ability to not give a shit about what anybody else thinks or says. That's different.
What? I didn't ask you about you. I don't care.
Oh, okay. Oh, you mean you were talking about you? Brad. Your pride. Eh? Okay.
Yeah. Oh my God, you dumb shit.
I didn't know it was all about you. Sorry. Yeah, happy birthday,
well, you
Brad.
brought up the fact that I gave all my points away, and I did.
The thing is this, I'm not saying it's cosmogamy, but it's cosmogamy.
Me.
That's funny.
Cosmogamy.
Yeah, I don't.
The thing is, I'm not saying it's cosmogamy, but it is cosmogamy.
Yeah. You know, there are a lot of ignorant people that believe the There's more ignorant people that believe the what we live on is planet Earth, a planet, than there is flat earthers. Just because there's not a lot of flat earthers.
Yeah, it's just statistics at that point.
Because I have this model up, Francis. When I have this up and that thing at the bottom, and even if I have the title up saying, you know, if you believe in flat Earth,
anyways, moving on.
You know, come up and all that kind of stuff. The Globers come up to challenge me that have never seen me before. It's really weird, and they do so without actually reading any of the points or the titles or anything. They just feel the need to jump in and condescend. Do you ever go to flat Earth lives, Francis?
No, absolutely not. They pounce on me for reasons that you already know.
Oh, well, all of them do.
Oh, yeah, all of them do. Are you crazy?
All right, no, I didn't know.
I would never go to a Flat Earth Live anymore because they think my tattoo means something absolutely nefarious.
All right, no, I didn't think they pounced on. I didn't think every Flat Earth Live pounced on every.
Flat Earthers are unbearably naive.
Yes, Stingray.
I am naive to that, I'm afraid.
And seeing your live, it took me a while to figure out if you were a flat earther or not.
He calls me Fran, even though I've asked him multiple times not to call me that.
Sorry, say that again.
Can I mute someone who keeps calling me the wrong name over and over again just to be a condescending asshole?
Yeah, sure. You don't need to ask to do that,
Thank you
Francis.
so much. No, I don't like to.
Upside
That's not
down
how I
people
mod.
seems completely legit.
Wait a minute. Jason, are you all right?
Yeah, I'm good. I just wanted to pop up for a second. Francis hasn't been in a Flat Earth Live in a while.
Flat Earthers are far to Francis.
Francis kind of disagreed with me. But a lot of people don't know this, but when Fly Me to the Moon is in a Flat Earth echo chamber, he tries his best to act like Nathan Thompson. Everything from using donuts to prove your globe religion to bullying all the Globers that come up, cutting them off, and just being an all-around jerk. And I told him one day when I seen him in a live acting like that, I said, dude, wait till I see you in one of our lives again. Just wait till he says, I don't give an F what you say. So Fly Me to the Moon has two different personas. I liked him when I seen him in our lives. He seemed to act kind of reasonable. He acted like he would listen and cordial, but he put him in an echo chamber. He's a complete, total jerk.
Oh, wow. Yeah, he's always been somewhat respectful when I've seen him, but I guess that's not the truth. Here he is.
They all try to be like Nathan. They idolize their cult leader.
So you're saying he's a simp?
And let me... Oh, shit, what's the next thing? Let me dance among the stars. Is that it? Yeah, that is it, isn't it?
Oh, I have no idea. It's the only phrase I know in that song.
I know, same. I'm going to look that up now. I think it's Dance Among the Stars. Fuck! That's really annoying.
Fly on Jupiter.
Play Among the Stars.
Oh, Play Among the Stars. Oh, yeah, Play Among the Stars. Shit. Yep, I'd have screwed that up. That'd have been a trivia thing. I think Dance Among the Stars is actually better. I think I just made that song better. But anyway, Fly Me to the Moon. Hello. Hello, Fly Me to the Moon.
Let me see what spring is like on Jupiter and Mars.
Oh, yeah. Like that. Fly Me to the Moon. And let me dance among the stars. Are you there? Are you like on a really bad connection?
So Stingray.
Yo.
Do you believe all the pictures from trillions and trillions of miles away of these cartoon planets? And can you bring up these cartoon planets on your computer?
Good story, bro.
I know you're way smarter than me.
So just to get an understanding of where we're at.
Disingenuous POS.
I've got a few questions to get a baseline, right? The amazing assumed truth of the motionless, stationary, flat, water always finds its level, beautiful flat Earth. Have you ever measured it with units and values?
That's not
Is this guy an AI? Why does he sound like the TTS?
Chat,
What
get
is the
ready for some
TTS? I've never heard
clownery.
this shit ever.
Oh no, it's
Trillions and trillions and trillions and trillions and
can
trillions
you hear that?
and trillions
That's
and
TTS.
trillions.
So someone.
Sorry to interrupt.
That sounds a lot like me. Go ahead.
Yeah.
A lot like me.
I think people are talking about me.
Yeah. So anyway, so have you ever measured the beautiful flat non-rotating Warhorse Fantasy level flat plane with units and values?
This guy have problem with big distances. Are you scared, Flurfy?
If I was scared, I wouldn't be here, Mr. Alex. Go ahead, sir.
I'm still trying to get an answer. You could just say no and we could move on. Have you ever measured it with units and values?
No.
Oh, right. Sorry. Okay, apologies. Calm down. Apologies. Okay. Have you got a good explanation of how an inertial navigation system gyro compass works?
Not at all.
That's not the question I asked.
You are
Ethan's
aware
the main character.
that they exist and we
Go
use them in
ahead,
reality,
sir.
though, yeah? And they require precession.
I mean, if you say so. I don't know what a gyroscope is. Keep going. We can go down the whole list.
Oh, okay. Have you got a theory on why things fall? No?
No.
Okay, cool.
A theory would be just somebody talking out of their ass. A theory is not provable. A theory is not
That's a no.
Science law.
Okay,
Go ahead.
have you got an idea on why things fall?
You just asked that.
Okay, so the answer is no, you don't know why things fall. Okay, can you tell me why the sun floats and makes a consistent right-hand turn?
Language.
Sounds like yesterday, a lot like yesterday. The sun floats because God is real and he's doing it. Ask him.
The force of gravity is
Okay,
an
cool.
observable
That's an
fact.
answer.
The space-time part is the theory.
Have you got any idea how southern flight paths work in the absolutely ridiculous, bordering on hysterical and insane distances and speeds that they'd have to travel on a beautiful, flat, non-rotating Warhorse Fantasy level flat plane?
God
I
who?
don't like planes. Next question.
Have you got any idea how in the southern point of Capricorn, that the sun appears in the winter months to rotate around a southern point rather than a flat earth northern point?
No.
So
damn, bro, crazy.
So from this, I can surmise, basically, and correct me if I'm wrong, that the entirety of your epistemology is I don't know and God did it.
I came up here to get you to put these ridiculous cartoons.
0 for 7.
Yes, to answer your question, yes, that's his only argument.
Okay, just checking. I am up for good discussions, but God did it doesn't actually rank on my give a shit-o-meter. And you came up to demand things of me while flippantly answering no idea to absolutely everything. It's not to say that we couldn't have a discussion about things, but about flat Earth, I feel like it would be. I would feel like
Sky
a flat Earth
Daddy
discussion
said so.
would be a 0 net gain for both of us because you, sir, are religiously indoctrinated. Next.
Yes, that's right.
Next.
Anything to convince myself I
epistemology?
didn't get deceived half my life.
It's a methodology, and it's the way that you interact with the world, and you could call it like an axiomatic mechanism for which
Religion detected, opinion rejected.
Act and interact with the world based on forming beliefs of truth or not, right?
Okay, all right.
Yeah, so religion, I mean, it's fine
Benny
discussing
J could
religion.
take God in a fist fight hundy stakes.
But religion, I'll have a discussion with religion, Fly Me to the Moon, one day, with you if you want, because I don't mind that, because Magic Space Wizards sound awesome, but...
Which God did it,
Says,
Flurfy?
I got questions. I don't want to answer yours.
Tobias in the box.
Like, bro,
Yeah.
Whose fucking live do you think you're on?
Oh, we've got a few people. We've got a few people in the box, haven't we? Here we go.
Hey, Tobias.
Oh, it's Tobias, not a flat earther.
Defeated by the flying spaghetti monster.
Ah, right, okay.
If God is real, he's a real butt nugget.
Butt nugget.
As usual, he brings nothing to the party.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you tell him religion talk isn't allowed, like in my lives, he just goes at the end of the argument, well, you won't let me say God, so... And then it ends there.
Stingray is one of the greatest orators of our generation.
He's all right. He doesn't know the difference between velocity and speed, so that's hilarious, but...
His Sky Daddy's a rotten coont.
God more absent than my father.
Kenneth said, are you a flat earther?
It doesn't look like you brought him up.
Well, it's spinning. No. I meant I was asking in the chat. Kenneth, are you a flat earther?
No, I'm not a flat earther, but I was trying to prove the point. But I'm no got any. What do you call it? I'm Scottish, by the way, as you can tell. I've not got any scientific knowledge like yourself. But what I was thinking was, the Earth is spinning around the sun, correct? Spiraling as it's going through space.
Yeah, I mean, it's orbiting the sun. Spiraling, spiraling would be how you could describe it as spiraling, depending on your relative temporal stance. So from one reference frame, you can say it's spiraling, but from another, it's just orbiting the sun. So it depends on which way you look at it.
Right, okay. So if this
Does anyone speak Scottish and can translate?
Yeah.
That's funny.
Okay, if it is traveling vertically, right, through space.
I'm listening to Kenneth so intently. You have a beautiful voice, sir.
If it's traveling vertically through space, right, and it's a flat Earth, if it has a wobble, right, on its plane, right, would that make the reflection from the sun that's on its outer edge, but the reflection would be centre to begin with, and as it wobbles, it would move to the edges in a spiral motion down to the bottom, back up, and then back to the middle. Would that not prove a flat Earth?
Well, first of all, I've never heard that as a flat Earth claim, so that's interesting. That's new, and I like things that are new. But when you say prove a flat Earth, the answer's no, because there's no motion relative to a stationary plane, even with a slight wobble, that would match any observations that you could make outside. So when you say would match a flat Earth, anything can match a flat Earth. It's just that a flat Earth can't match reality. So you have to say, first of all, if I combine this with flat Earth, does it match reality? No, not even close. Never would. And that's the amazing thing about being on a sphere and the sphere rotating. There's very few shapes. In fact, I can think of only one that match that. And that matches observed reality. If you change the radius of it, it doesn't match observed reality. If you change the shape in any way, it doesn't match observed reality. If you change the axial tilt, it doesn't match observed reality. If you change the distance to the sun, it doesn't match observed reality. You have to leave it well the fuck alone for it to work and match reality. But it's unique in that change any little parameter and it just won't match, which means you could do whatever you wanted to a flat Earth. It will never match reality.
When you say it doesn't match reality, but if the sun, going on what I was saying, if the reflection is in the middle of the centre of the Earth, right, and it's on a flat Earth, if there is a wobble and the reflection moves because of the wobble, right, and it goes to the edge in the south.
So Kenneth, let me stop you right there. Reflection off what?
the sun hitting the Earth.
So we don't see so we don't see the reflection of the sun hitting the Earth on the ground, do we? We have to be incredibly high up to see any reflection of a sun, and it has to be over kind of a kind of glossy or highly reflective surface like water.
That's not true.
I'm not trying to say that. What I'm trying to say is the sun's light is hitting the center of the Earth. Okay, so if the wobble is making the sun's position move to the south, the east to the west, right?
Yeah.
And then it goes back up to the north, comes down to the center, then does the same again.
So you're saying like this, right? You're saying like this.
Aye.
Yeah. So
Can I make one correction?
Yeah, go for it.
Everything we see that's illuminated by the sun is the reflection of the sun. It's just absorbed certain colors and reflected the rest.
No,
so
we know.
Everything you see that's lit up by the sun
we know.
is a reflection of the sun.
No, it's not. It's reflected light, yes. But when you say reflection of something, that means you see that something not in its position but on a surface. So a reflection is different to reflected light from that thing. You can have reflected light and a reflection be true. But you can have a reflection. You can have no reflection and reflected light be true. It's just diffusion. All I'm saying is, I thought you were on about. Kenneth when we see the sun somewhere else in apparent position. But now I've got it. You're just on about this, right? That's all that you're on about.
Exactly on about
Yeah.
Yes. The sun hits the Earth.
Yeah. So the issue with this is, you can for any single position, right? For any single position. You could get a single position and say, well, what would I have to do to a flat Earth to get this to work, right? So let's take the observation of sunrise, sunset in Brisbane, right? I can tilt this like so and get it to do this and get it to do that and bring it all the way back round and do that. And I've wait a minute, let's do this. Jesus Christ, this is actually difficult, but I could get it to do that and say, hey, look, I've just created the sun's angle and what it's meant to do for Brisbane, Australia. The problem with that is it won't match for anywhere else whatsoever. It will be completely batshit crazy for everywhere else. And that's why a flat Earth can't work. On a globe, it isn't just for one observer. It's for everyone, anywhere, all the time. On a flat Earth, sure, you could just quite simply say, well, the sun's doing this for everybody in Brisbane, right? And that would be true. But it wouldn't match anywhere else at the same moment in time. And it also has to slam into the ground, by the way, and go through it. Boom. And then, it has to burst out, sorry. Boom. And then come over here and they go boom and slam into the ground. But it would match for people in Brisbane. But again, it wouldn't match for people in Malaysia, in the Philippines, in New Zealand, in Madagascar. It wouldn't match. You could only ever make it correct for one person. But if you went 100 miles like east or west, that wouldn't work anymore. Do you understand?
I must say, I'm pro meteorite sun. I am pro.
Pro meteorite sun.
The way I was thinking about it was that if it was doing that, right, would it not be just the same as how the sun rotates around the Earth? Part of the Earth is dark, part of the other side is light.
No. We don't. I mean, nothing matches on a flat Earth in terms of the fall off energy of the sun anyway, because a flat Earth sun is both special pleading and denial of physics. Because any single light source that you measure at X distance, if you double X, you quarter the power. And that's not true on a flat Earth sun. It can't be true. So the flat Earth sun needs to deny physics and somehow needs to be cut off and somehow needs to get to the horizon and somehow needs to... The amount of things that you have to plead to make a flat Earth sun work, pardon the expression, are fucking astronomical. I mean, really, astronomical. So yeah, so there's not one thing. No one can make a flat Earth work without mathematic mutations. You could do it with mathematic mutations, but you could only make certain things work, like the direction of the sun. If you just mathematically or mathemagically did it, yeah. But you couldn't solve the angular size issue of the sun. You couldn't solve the disparity in the distances south of the Tropic of Cancer, believe it or not, but all the way south to the Tropic of Capricorn. You can't reconcile these. You can't reconcile what light would have to do to be able to light the entirety of the outside ice wall while somehow being over here. You can't do that. So in December, this sun here is also lighting all the way over here. Go figure that shit out. But it's not lighting any of this.
I got you.
Yeah,
I got what you're saying now.
Yeah.
Okay, well, that's all I wanted to ask you about.
No, that's all right. That's all right. Thank you for coming up and thank you for your question.
Okay.
I'll drop you. Yeah. All right. Take it easy. Bye-bye. Bullets.
W. Kenneth.
ACK ladder.
Bullets. Are you there, Bullets? Although you've just gone mute. Is it because you're turning off your music? Hello, Bullets. Oh, by the way, if anybody knows what Walker's hot... Oh, wait a minute, what are they called?
Can we get a Scottish TTS?
I don't think anybody
The Mac has apparently requested and says he has loads of flat earth proof.
Oh, wow. No, the Mac hasn't... Wait a minute, where's the Mac? If you say something, I'll invite you up. Bullets, are you okay? Are you a flat earther?
Hi.
Are you a flat earther?
Yeah, I'm a flat earther. Sorry to say so.
No, but don't be sorry. Don't be sorry. Yeah, there's no reason to be sorry.
Okay.
We're not well.
All right. Yeah,
at least 33.3% of the panel, excluding yourself and assholes. So don't apologise at all. So I normally go and ask a few questions, just to get an understanding of where you're at.
I am
Bullet. So the first question is: have you ever measured the beautiful flat, non-rotating water physics level flat plane?
If I've done what? Sorry, I didn't get it.
Measured it. Have you measured it?
I didn't get quite your question.
Oh, wait a minute. There might be a huge delay here.
No, I haven't measured anything myself, but
okay.
Sometimes I believe knowledge is also about applying knowledge.
Well, I mean, knowledge is knowledge is this. Well, wait a minute. Just before we go on, just before we go on, I want to make sure that we're on a good foundation for a discussion. Knowledge is just kind of, let's say, the retention of information, right? It's not the application of anything. The application would come from the intelligence component. You can apply something adaptive. You can apply knowledge adaptively to the real world, right? So, So intelligence and knowledge, two very different things. I can have a lot of knowledge that can actually be false as well. So knowledge intrinsically to itself is not something that's true or false. Yeah. So here's the thing. So the way that we verify the information that we've stored as knowledge is we apply it. Now, the application of it will tell us whether it's true or not, and that's why the first question's there. Have you ever measured it with units and values? Because it's pretty hard to hide from that. And if you're saying you haven't, which that's fine, I would absolutely say that you should. If you want to find the truth of something or test the truth of knowledge, is you should measure it. But if you said no, we'll carry on. Have you got a good
explanation? I gotta head out, Stingray. I just made it to work.
All right.
Have a good one, man.
Take it easy.
What I'm saying is this, like there are things that I personally have observed, they are observable. For example, when I think about on a flat earth, according to my own observation, the horizon always appear a straight line, you know?
Yep.
And objects like, for example, if you see a ship, they will not disappear over it, but instead they become smaller and smaller and smaller until out of view. Because there have been videos there and evidences that when you are at the seashore and you see that ship like it has disappeared.
Yeah. So wait a minute. Yeah. I got it. So what I just want to address what you just said. So no one denies that things can be too far away to see. That's not someone that anybody ever says isn't a thing, right? They can also be close and really small and you not see them, right? So you can be 10 meters away from an ant and not know that it's there, yeah? So no one ever says that things don't get too small to see due to distance. That's just what we call perspective. Now the issue is not that. The issue is not that they're too small to see. The issue, which you'll find, is that they go away and seem to be going behind water, like going behind a wall, right? So it's not like they're too far away to see. It's like it's just gone round a wall. But it's only halfway round the wall, so we can still see a bit of it. But we can't see all of it. So it's not a size thing. So an example would be this. This here is a vessel, right? At this point here, we can see the top of the vessel. We can see the top deck, correct? Now, here's the interesting thing. When it goes away over a time lapse, we can see now it's a little bit lower, but we can still see the top of the deck. We can't actually see where it's sitting in the water. But then if it goes away a little bit more and 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 a little bit more, we get to about this point and we think, well, hang about. Now I can't see the deck of the ship anymore at all. It's just gone. But the top is still the same size-ish.
Right. Yeah.
But the bottom's completely gone. Now, I'm going to present you with two scenarios, right? Scenario number one, the bottom of the ship is too small to see. Scenario number two, water is blocking the bottom of the ship. Now, which one of those do you think you would choose if I said your life depended on it?
But when you think about the globe,
no. Wait, sorry. No. I don't want to deflect away from this. It's very important that you answer me. So, would you say that the bottom of the ship is too small to see, or would you say that we can't see it because water is blocking it? Which one of those do you think it would be?
You have to ask the ship nicely if you want to see its deck.
What is that speaking?
Oh no, sorry, that's TTS. Okay. So people in the chat can actually contribute and type something and it speaks it out. Sorry about that, but it's just a nice little feature sometimes, and it's quite funny.
I can't even see it.
Yeah.
I can't even see any chats. But for me, right now, when I look at that now, okay?
Yep.
It might be because of the zooming or the water body. Maybe there is a lot of waves that makes me not be able to see that. Or it's also
of miles away
that
seems
far
pretty
distance
far.
that I'm saying. That's the thing. That's what I'm saying. It might be in a distance
Call
that
the
is
Coast
very
Guard,
far
it's
away.
sinking.
Because, like I've said, the farther it
The
gets
chat
away
is behind
from the
the
person,
curve.
the smaller
Can I
and
just
smaller
interrupt
it
you there,
becomes.
Bullet?
So there is that point that it disappears.
Yeah. So do you think water is blocking the hull, or do you think the hull is too small to see? Which one would you choose?
Right now, it's too smaller to see because it's far. It's farther from
Okay.
me.
Would it surprise you? Yeah. Would it surprise you to know? Would it surprise you to know that the white? Nearly done. Would it surprise you to know that the pilot house here, and the top of this is further away from you than the base and deck of the ship? So we're actually seeing the furthest bit away of the ship. Does that make sense to you?
Pardon?
So in a ship,
Long.
right? In a ship, the base of the ship, the hull of the ship,
is censoring that ship's massive deck
is closer to you than the top.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
It seems closer to me, yes?
Yeah, but we can't see the closest part of the ship, right? We can't see the closest part of the ship. Why can't we see the closest part of the ship, but we can see the furthest bit away of the ship? Why would that be?
But I'm certain if this picture you continue zooming,
I'm not asking about whether I zoom or not. I'm not. Wait, stop. I'm not asking about anything else. I'm saying why can we see the furthest bit away from the ship, but we can't see the closest bit of the ship? Why do you think that would be?
Because that one is higher than the
More zoom
other,
won't bring it back.
Part. You can see this is high.
This guy can deflect bullets.
Okay, so we can see things that are higher, but we can't see things that are lower. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, it's the same.
Right. Okay. Brilliant. Right. So here we go. Can you see? Yeah. Got you. So here you go. We're going to have a look at what shape predicts exactly what you said. So here I have flat geometry matching an 8.5 mile away vessel. I can move the vessel really close and move it away to 8.5 miles. And when I compare it to reality, it doesn't match because it doesn't follow this. We can see more if we're higher and we can't see things lower down. Now, this is a flat ocean. If I go away and say, well, what happens if we're on a curving ocean and move the vessel away? That matches your description of we can't see things that are lower down, but we can see things that are higher. And it also matches the observed reality. So isn't it weird that a curving ocean matches what you just said? We can't see things that are lower down, but we can see the highest things. It's a bit weird, right?
It's not about the curve because how long must it go for the curvature to appear? It's like they say around 9 miles. And I'm sure if you have
Please stop. Don't quote what other people say. I won't assign any arguments to you that you have not made. Please don't be ignorant and do the same to me. Please be courteous and do the same thing to me. I do not say that curvature starts at 9 miles. I do not say that. Do not strawman anything I say. It's a pet peeve. So curvature starts from your feet. The tangent to the horizon is based on your elevation above a curving surface. When I do that, this water is simply curving. That's all it is. And when I hide the water, the vessel's still there. And this vessel, if we actually have a look at this vessel, it's still on the water. This is the same vessel, right? It just is. Now, if the earth were curving, if the water was curving, then we would not see the bottom of things, but we would be able to see the top. And it would disappear at a rate that matches exactly what we see in observed reality. If you want to deny that, that's fine. I'm fine with you denying that. But the evidence is here that geometrically, this matches that we're on a globe. Would you like to see another example of a globe in an observation?
Do you know how long it's a canal?
So let's have a look at this. So here's evidence.
When you are in, can you Google me and show me Suez Canal? When you are on.
Let's have a look at this. Let's have a look at this.
Let's have a look at this. A ship the whole way through.
Let's have a look at this.
Let's have a look at this. When you look at that, it tells you that if the Earth was a curvature, then the ship should be under the curvature. But it's not.
So here we go.
You can still see the ship on the Suez Canal.
So here we go. I don't know about that. Have you done that observation?
No.
Have you worked it out?
Show me Suez Canal. Show me Suez Canal.
Have you worked that out yourself?
Give me Suez Canal.
So here we go. So this is Lake Pontchartrain.
Bring Suez Canal, please.
This is Lake Pontchartrain.
No, bring Suez Canal here. We see.
I'll tell you what. You do that.
If it's beyond the
you're on the big screen. Go for it. What you're presenting.
No, I don't. I am using a phone, so I can't manage to put that on. So, but if you go on Suez.
I'm sorry, but if you're going to ask me to present your point and present your evidence, you're just either being lazy or disrespectful.
Stage fright.
I am here and I will answer all questions about my shit and what I bring to the table. If all you've got is rhetoric, stories, and hearsay
Give me
and
like
laziness,
a toddler.
I ain't interested. I apologize. Okay. Young, how you doing?
Yeah, what's going on
That
today?
dwarf is more over his head than the ship
ready.
appears to be.
Wait a minute, give me 2 seconds. Try to use a mobile device.
I like the way you work it, no digity.
Sorry, Young, how you doing? Oh no, wait a minute. You didn't expect. Wait a minute, give me a sec. This helps you solve your streaming problems. Right, anyway, yes. Wait a minute, have I talked to you before?
I see. Yeah, you locked me off. I'm the guy you always cut off. You're still at it today.
Yeah. Are you a flat earther? I can't remember.
And I already told you I'm a human being, not no flat earther.
Oh, right. No, yeah. You believe the earth is flat. Got you.
What I want to ask you, and I hope you don't lose any more points today, but what I want to ask you was, have you looked at those videos of those amateur balloons that are going up over 100,000 feet?
I've got no points left.
You see ice caps all the way around the earth, flat. So, I mean, the balloon shows you the whole 360 degrees.
Yeah, either that or clouds.
Take away all your points.
Either that or clouds, yeah.
I'm sorry to take away. No, it isn't clouds. You can see it's more than one video. It's about 3 amateur balloons, and all of them show ice caps all the way around. So you could take a break from your talk. I'm sorry for taking away all your points. Have a great day.
Interesting.
Why do high-altitude balloons always appear to be sent up from the center of flat Earth?
Yeah, I know, right? Doesn't matter whether you're...
You have 10,000 now, Stingray.
Do I? Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, how many points did I have? Wait a minute.
Just came up to drop that lie and then leave.
I'm not bothered about that. Wall. Right, here we go.
Send me some ice wall.
10,000. There we go. I'm spinning. I've just spent 10,000 on a spin. And I'm doing it blind.
Well, you have 10,000 more now.
And it's coming back. And I won. I got 20,000 back. I got a plus of 10,000. That's cool. I like that. I just gained 10,000 goddamn points. And I can't spell score. So now I'm at 40,000. Am I? Oh, God. Will everybody stop typing score so I can see my score, please? 40,000. There we go. Nearly 50. Oh, and I got the sub command as well that I can give myself that I need for testing, obviously. Yeah, so any flat earthers want to come up? You want to share the live? That would be cool.
Do a 10,000 coward.
I did do a 10,000. I just did a 10,000. No, the wheel's not on there at the moment because I'm just doing a test. It does still spin, but I'm just doing a test. Because I just won 20k on it, so fuck you all. In fact, I will do another spin, but it's limited to 3 minutes now, so that it's a bit limited at the moment. But yeah, any flat earther want to come up and discuss this beautiful image that I've got on screen here right now? That would be cool. Because I don't think any flat earther can have I don't think there's any rebuttal to this. I don't know what I'm just wondering what Tempest would say.
Let's all welcome the great Robin Hood of the casino, Jammin' the Giving.
Yeah, I think I'm going to have to... Tempest is going to have to look at this and come up with a better explanation than any fucking flat earther that's ever come up with anything. Yeah, I don't know. It would be interesting. Yeah, if you want to share the live to actual people rather than doing the points cheat, that would be good. And if let's do a spin 10,000. Oh no, I think spin 2,000 might be.
Is that a line of AT-ATs walking across the lake?
Right, Tempest
The
just
leader
spun.
of the Panda Gang is here. Welcome, Specialist Panda.
Okay, what did it get me? What did it get me? Come on. And
Panda.
and wait a minute, I don't know what it did. I didn't see it. Oh no. Okay. I don't know what Tempest just got. Goddamn wheel. Johnny. Let's have a look at this. No, Johnny, you just quit.
Everyone who likes anime, please watch Terminator Zero on Netflix so we get season 2.
Really? Is it good? I haven't watched it yet, but I was going to. But I just haven't got around to it. Okay, fair enough. Might do.
Very good.
Show me Suez Canal now, Suez Canal.
Yeah, let me go get your evidence for you. You wait right there, and then I'll also present your argument, shall I? That's so fucking funny and lazy at the same time. Live together. Here we go. Request. The world's best flat earther is here. Everybody tremble with fear. Oh no, it's Globus tremble with fear in it. The world's best flat earther is here. Yeah, I've got no.
Scared.
By the way,
That camera is just an eye lens.
Stingray asked Toon World to join and talk to you.
Toon World, okay. Toon World, do you want to join and talk to me? I'll send you an invite. There you go. Multi-guest invite sent. You are welcome to come up for a chat. There is also the world's best flat earther on the live as well. It's called Tempest. That's my alter ego. If everybody would follow Tempest, I would be
He's a
greatly appreciate
keyboard
that.
warrior.
All right, won't come up. Okay, fair enough. Okay, that's fair enough. Let's have a spin. Oh, there we go. See, Stingray's doing a covert super spin of 10k. Can't see the board, but let's have a look. Oh, and he won another. I won 25. Oh, come
Fly
on.
Me to the Moon is crying in the comments about getting kicked. What did he do?
He is more like a keyboard fairy.
Yeah, I mean, Fly Me to the Moon answered questions just, I don't know. I believe God did it 100%. There's no argument there. That's someone that's so indoctrinated into their own belief that it's not worth having a conversation with evidence. It's just not. So trying to figure out objective reality with someone that's so indoctrinated into religion, there is nothing that you could say where they couldn't simply say, well, God just did it. Therefore, everything you say and everything that every rebuttal that they have is utterly worthless and absolute to them. So you could show them, a scroll with a God saying that God's never existed, and yep, that's just not a thing that'll happen. So there you go. I do like good conversations. Now, don't get me wrong, that Fly Me to the Moon, if you're still there, I don't mind chatting with you, but debating with you about the shape of the Earth is utterly, utterly irrelevant because you bring nothing to the table, and all you bring is, I don't know, God did it. Okay, well, that's not a discussion. I'm sorry, but it's not. But is there any flat earthers out there that want to come up? That's the problem when I have this list. Flat earthers, I think, are scared of this. They're just scared, right? I think the first one really terrifies them because it's like, okay, yeah, why haven't I measured it? Oh, that's right. I just trust in YouTube videos and other people's opinions. And my feelings are better than actual taking measurements. Yeah, that was me and an evil laugh. There we go. Spin.
Show me what I want to see on your screen.
Let's have a spin. Oh, they're just anti-glow. Yes, they are. Oh,
Wait, are you telling me that people can put untrue things on YouTube?
People can put untrue things anywhere. It's crazy. Oh, only 4,000 points. That's not great, is it? Actually, what's my score now? Score, here we go. 67. Oh my God. This deserves going to look back at the board. Oh my God.
YouTube is my friend. It would never lie to me.
I'm just saying, I'm on the fucking board, guys. I'm on the board. I'm just saying, I'm on the board. Oh. And I can't even like the live.
Felix and Bree.
I can't even get the I can't even like the live to get points from TikTok Studio. So I'm on here just by spinning the wheel alone, which is pretty cool. Oh, and I've got the sub command as well, just because I'm testing it. So apologies, but yeah, I've just got to test it and make sure it works for the subs.
A lot of people here.
Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. I'm just going to test it for the subs. There's not a lot of points in the sub
Just
thing, though.
10 minutes of wheel. That's all Daddy needs.
The wheel's still there in the background. It's just not visible. So the only difference is it's not visible. And that's it. But this is a test. This is actually a test. I'm seeing if it's doing kind of motion AI analysis on the wheel and then classifying that as false engagement because it's repetitive.
There is something intrinsically wrong with the house bragging about a win streak.
Yeah, well, you didn't say that when I was complaining about my 24 hours of losses over the last 2 days. Anyway, Henry, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Are you a flat earther, Henry?
Yes,
especially
I believe the earth
when we
is flat.
can't see it.
Why do you believe the earth is flat?
There are various reasons that I believe the earth is flat. Like one, how do you explain the water level if the earth is a globe?
Well, now let me answer that. So I would say that tides means that the ocean's elevation oscillates and therefore it's never level. But on something like a lake that's relatively smooth and not a lot of waves, I would say if we could somehow get a road at equal elevation across that lake, yeah, and then we could look at that road through a telescope from an elevated position.
Why is gravity such a difficult concept to grasp?
I think we'd be able to see that it's in fact totally flat if we could do that. I think if we could have something equal elevation above the water and have it all the way across a large span of water. And if we get to an elevated position and zoom in, I think we'd be able to see that it's flat, right? I think that could be possible.
Okay, you may say so, but I am not quite convinced because you see, water, especially liquid water, always takes the shape of the container, man. And if the earth
the picture in the background because the Flurf didn't understand.
I know. So basically, what I was on about, Henry, is if you look at the image in the background right now, that's over a lake.
Yeah.
Yeah, those white junction boxes are 15 feet above the water's surface. Do you think that looks curving, or do you think it looks flat?
Yeah, from the image here, I can see that it looks curving, but it could be because of various reasons, like maybe the camera lens or something else.
So this is a flat mirror telescope. So it's not a camera lens, it's a telescope. So a telescope can't introduce curvature going away from you and hiding things. That's not what a mirror does. So this is a mirrored telescope. It is coupled to a full-frame camera, Sony camera. It's at an elevated position and we're zoomed in because it's a telescope pointed at a causeway with equal elevation across that water surface. Now, the interesting thing about all of this is we can see what it would look like if the Earth were flat, right? And it turns out that this is what it would look like if the Earth was flat. Things would just vanish into the distance. Everything would converge up and down to eye line. And it would just look like this in lovely, straight vanishing lines, right? That's 23.8 miles of junction boxes and things. Now, when I compare this to the image, I think something's missing and I can't quite put my finger on it. Except when I take the flat Earth and say, well, hang about, just humour me with this, right? 23.8 miles would equal about 1/3 degree curvature. So 0.3 degrees of curvature along this entirety of this span of 23.8 miles. So if I apply that curvature to the flat Earth, I end up with this. So this is the supposed curvature of the Earth. So if the Earth was flat, it would be this. If the Earth was curved in a globe, it would be this. And when I compared this to objective reality, do you see that one really matches and the other doesn't?
Yeah, I see.
Yeah. Bit weird, right?
Yeah, and the other thing.
But wait a minute. What would your explanation for this be? Because to me, it just looks like a globe, the size they say it is.
Yeah, man, but you see, what is the distance between? What is the distance of this particular area that they took this picture from?
This isn't a picture, actually. This is a frame from a video. The causeway is 23.8 miles. We're approximately seeing 16.5 miles of it. The distance between these white power relay boxes is on average 1 mile, about 1 mile. But the distance fluctuates between 0.8 and 1.2 miles. But on average, 1 mile between these junction boxes. You're seeing a span of these junction boxes, 16 and a bit of them, but the entire causeway is 23.8 miles. Does that help?
Yes, I can understand what you're saying.
Okay. Any more questions?
Yes. Another thing, man. I've been in a plane before, aeroplane, traveling in an aeroplane. Okay.
Sorry, out of interest, Henry, whereabouts are you in the world?
I'm in South Africa.
Whereabouts in South Africa, just approximately?
I'm in Johannesburg.
Okay, cool. I've got an interesting thing for you to do, right?
Yes.
So if the Earth were flat and you were living in Johannesburg, right?
Yes.
You see we've got the Tropic of Capricorn.
Yes, I can see.
That's above you, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's only a little bit above you, but it's above you. Now, here's an interesting thing. In the winter months, so December, so the height of your summer, if the Earth was flat, it would be doing this, rotating around a northern point, right?
Yes.
Yeah. That isn't true for you in winter. Because what actually happens is the sun rises south of east, it comes north of you, and then it sets south of west. Which means it would actually be rotating around a southern point, not a northern one, right? Did you ever find that weird?
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Did you ever find that weird, though, that your reality doesn't match a flat Earth?
Yeah, sometimes I ask these questions, man, but I don't quite get the answers to them.
Okay, I'll give you the answer. Are you ready? This is the answer.
Earth simply doesn't match reality.
Because this answer allows me to say, hey, what would happen if you were in Johannesburg in December, right? And we've got a 93 million mile away sun, and you're on a magic spinning space ball with a 23.44 degree axial tilt. What would happen if you looked from the surface on that day? Where would the sun rise and set? And it turns out if you were on a magic spinning, rotating space ball, that the sun would rise south of east, it would come north of you, and then it would set south of west.
Okay, yeah.
And that's if you're on a space ball that's rotating.
Yes.
On a flat Earth, this doesn't make sense. On a space ball with you on it and it rotating, it makes perfect sense.
Hassle Daddy in the house. Come look at his focal length.
So I would just say to you, figure out something useful about a flat Earth, because there's not one useful thing about a flat Earth. But if you look at a globe, everything is useful about a globe. You can work out where the sun's going to be. You can work out seasons, the direction of the sun. You can work out absolutely everything. You could go to any location on a globe and work out what the sun will do tomorrow, or for anyone on any day of the year, and get the exact prediction of what the sun will do through their sky just by rotating a sphere. Now, with the flat Earth, it's utterly useless. You can't do any of that. Just saying. Something to think about, right?
Okay.
I'll leave that one with you if you want. Feel free to come back anytime.
Okay, I understand you, man, but you see what is way more confusing about this theory of yours?
Okay. Yep, go for it.
Is that the globe have to be spinning. You see, if this globe is spinning at the speeds that they say, why don't we have way stronger winds around the equator?
Can we get Tempest's opinion on this?
No, we can't get Tempest's opinion on this. So weather patterns on the weather on a sphere that's rotating incredibly slowly, right? This will be as fast as it's rotating, like that. That's it. It's rotating now at that speed.
They're called hurricanes.
So the point about this is weather is predominantly prominently influenced by temperature differentials, right? That's how weather is. So it's not about the spin of the Earth or the stationariness of the Earth. It's about
Stingray,
temperature.
Didn't you start out trying to prove flat Earth?
No, I had a look at what could I make work. There's no proving flat Earth, but what could I make work with magic? So yeah, it's just temperature differentials, which are pretty much irrelevant to the motion. The only thing relevant to the motion is why hurricanes and weather cyclones and things like that, weather systems, rotate in different rotations north and south of the equator. They always do. And that's because we're spinning. But it doesn't really, the fact that we're spinning doesn't really say, oh, you're going to have strong winds at the equator. That's not how that works, because the atmosphere is part of the globe. The water is part of the globe. The land is part of the globe. The air is part of the globe. And it's all just rotating at the same rate.
Okay, man. Thanks for this. Thanks for the listen.
Nice, all right. Take it easy. Come back anytime.
Ciao.
Bye-bye. So any flat earther want to come up for a chat on any of this? See, I've cut down this list a little bit because people didn't know what CBDCs are. Bit of a pain, but okay. It's like, I don't care. And then I took off, well, they didn't care about CBDCs and they didn't care about England's screwed, so I just took those two off. Damn it. Oh, wait. I'm still on the board. Look at that.
What's really going on with top 3 law?
What's going on with the top 3? I don't know. Well, Francis gave Bry Guy 220 or 230, something like that. So that's why Bry Guy's there. And now Bry Guy's just not going to spin ever again, or certainly not the 10,000. Go on, Bry Guy. I dare you.
They only care about CBD.
Wait a minute. Spin 10,000.
I'm gonna ask kindly that the poor shushy.
There we go. I've just spun 10,000.
Let's all welcome the world's best gynecologist, Francis in the house.
Yeah, no, I've not. Oh, wait. I've spun 10,000. So it's spinning, although I can't see it. Here we go. Oh my God, this is even more. This is even worse than actually what. Oh, you fluff bucket. Minus 40,000. Great. That was awesome.
Stingray is mad. He's poor.
I am poor now. I just wiped myself out. What am I on now? I was on the board. 21,000. Oh, I can still get there if I do one good spin. I could get 50 and then get back up there.
God is a made-up joke only stupid inbreeders believe.
Okay.
Off you go.
Peace Park, Jamaica. Jamaica just waking up or something. Is that what this is?
Stingray, good morning.
Good morning. How you doing? Have I spoken to you before?
Yeah, man, we talk all
I
the while,
just
man.
lost two and still got in sixth after you lost.
You're not a flat earther, are you?
K130K. Take that, Stingray.
Definitely a flat earther.
You are definitely a flat earther, are you?
Stingray. More like Stingray, we please have the will back.
Nice. Okay, so I've got a
Why
question.
doesn't God ever heal amputees?
So I've got a question. By the way,
he's a super flirt.
By the way, yeah. So just to figure out where you're at, if you don't mind, can I ask you these questions?
Sure.
Cool. So with the beautiful non-rotating Warhorse Fantasy level flat plane, have you ever measured it with units and values?
Myself, no.
Okay, fair enough. It might be something that you want to consider if you want to find the truth. Have you got a good explanation of how a gyro compass inside an inertial navigation system works on a stationary flat plane? Do you know what one of those is, by the way?
The gyroscope.
Well, yeah, so I'll show you this. Oh, wait a minute, not that. I will show you this. So this here is a gyro compass, right? So it's got it's a three-axis gimbal inside, and this thing rotates at an incredible rate, and it's balanced. And this is a vacuum seal. And it spins up, and it aligns itself to down when it's spinning up. Then when it's spun up and spinning at a constant velocity, so no change in the rotation rate, what happens then is it starts to precess, which means one edge starts lifting up and one edge starts dipping. Now, whichever edge dips and whichever edge raises, that's east-west. The raising edge is true east. So in a dark room, if you spin one of these up, you would know which way is east just by spinning it up. Now, it relies on the rotation of planet Earth. I'm wondering how this would work on a flat Earth since we've used these for decades.
We had the analog version of this too, right?
This is an analog version, yes.
Okay.
It's a mechanical gyroscope.
Right. The gyroscope, pilots use them, right?
No. This would be ground-based, ship-based. We could just have it in front of us. No movement, no nothing. It spins. It starts to process. Still no movement. Starts to process. We can find true east.
I used up my
How
3K lights
would
for her.
that work on a flat, non-rotating Warhorse Fantasy level flat plane?
Well, I think it works better on the stationary flat Earth because that's how it's able to find the east.
Okay, so that precession, it's the precession that happens of how we find east. Why is a gyroscope precessing if the ground is stationary? Why would that be?
It's just like our compass always point north.
No, this is nothing to do with magnetism. This is a gyroscopic precession. So this relies on the conservation of angular momentum, right? In a inertial reference frame. So, but then it starts processing. The only way for it to process inside this vacuum chamber is if a force is applied to the actual spinny bit, or the orientation of the floor is changing. That's the only way to get the inside to move. And with the inside moving and processing, we can find true east. That's perfectly explained and used for decades when you're on a rotating body like this, because it's the body that's rotating. There's absolutely no explanation if we're on a motionless, flat,
I need all your acorns. Just
water
joking.
always finds its level flat plane. We'd spin the gyroscope up and it would just stay there and do nothing except spin. It wouldn't process at all. I'm asking, how does it start processing on a flat, motionless plane?
They have some energy that we are not seeing that is causing it to spin.
Okay, so energy that we're not seeing that causes it to spin. And that energy is the same everywhere, right? So we don't know what this energy is. We don't know how it's working, but it happens to correspond to us being on a sphere that's rotating, but it's a flat Earth really, and it's just energy that's doing it, correct? I mean, that's an answer.
Yeah, man, it's just like a compass. How does a compass work?
Yeah, compass aligns to magnetic field lines, though. This is a gyroscopic precession. Two different things. Okay, so have you got an explanation of why things fall?
Well, that one now they say is buoyancy and density.
Buoyancy and density. So I'm afraid we can't use buoyancy because that depends on gravity, right? So the buoyant force, the emergent. Yeah, you actually can, because the emergent buoyant force, what we would calculate, includes the gravitational force, right? It just does. Sorry?
You can't base something off a theory. Gravity is still a theory.
No, there's the law of gravity. Einstein's. No. There's Newton's law of gravitation, right? You know that.
Still a theory.
Not Newton's law of gravitation.
Just because I'm called it a law, though, means still a theory. Gravity is something still not proven.
No, gravity is well proven, stands up to any shadow of a doubt. It became, Einstein's theory of and field theory of gravity is a theory, but it's proven true so many times we can accept it as being true for the most part. And Newton's laws of gravitation here terrestrial on Earth are unrivaled. They're just perfect. And we use them.
Confusing theory for hypothesis.
We use them for construction. So the one thing I don't do, or people don't do in construction, is think, let's work out the buoyancy of the building to figure out what grade steel we need on this span of support. We don't.
They do.
No. They work out the gravity via the mass to calculate the weight, and then they do load distribution calculations on the span based on the torsional resistance, which is based on the gauge of steel. Not once did I ever mention density or buoyancy. No structural engineer will. So let's just think of a scenario, right? We've got a sphere, and it's a glass sphere. Inside the sphere is a perfect one density gas, a green gas, and it's got a density of 1. Over to the right-hand side, I've got a ball. It's got a density of 10,000. It's solid. Now, if I move the ball into the middle of the glass sphere, right? So it's surrounded by the gas. And I've got loads of strings.
By which we make our hypothesis to be proven by observation.
And I've got loads of strings that tie this and suspend it. But I can make these strings instantly disappear. What other information would you need from me to tell me where this ball's going to go? What other information? Density of 1 around it. It has a density of 10,000. It is solid. The green is a gas. This is entirely enclosed. What other information would you need to tell me where the buoyant force is going to shove this ball?
Tom, can you give me an under-the-table hookup?
You don't know.
No.
Cough, cough, acorns.
But I've told you the density difference. So it can't be anything to do with density if you can't tell me where this ball's going to go, right? What would your gut say if we had this in a room, right, sealed, and I said I'm going to cut the strands of the string that suspend it in the middle?
I would be feeding your addiction jamming.
And I just said, if I cut all the strings simultaneously, what would happen to it?
You know why this is funny? It's like the globe. I don't know where it's down. I'm looking at it and I don't know where it's down.
Why does down matter? Does down matter when I've given you the density difference?
It don't always matter.
All right. So what's down got to do with density?
That's why things always go down. The denser they are.
Yeah, but why down if all you need is a density difference?
Why not up?
Why not left or right if the only thing required is a difference in density?
All right, when you walk left or right, what's causing that?
My feet, kinematic motion based on muscular activation of my joints. But why do you need to know which direction down is when this ball sits in the middle of an equidistant density and you're needing to know where down is? I don't get that.
All right, so you said the ball in the middle is heavier, right?
No, heavier is mass times little g. So I'm not saying anything to do with gravity. Weight is to do with gravity. Fucking throw that shit out. This has a density of 1,000 is solid. The green has a density of 1 and is a gas. Where's the ball going and why?
Wherever is down.
Awesome. So it doesn't matter that if I place it down here, there's more stuff above it and less below, it's going to go down. Awesome. I'm with you on that. But what about if I place it up here and there's less stuff above it and there's more down? It's still going to go down. Okay, cool. What about if I move it all the way over here? Well, it's going to go down and then roll to the middle. It's almost like the density difference is utterly fucking irrelevant, right? Weird. But let's move on. Have you got an idea of why the sun floats and makes a consistent right-hand turn all the time? Like this. So the sun floats
I kind of
and
love
it goes
carrots.
right. But why is it going right and why is it floating? Any idea?
All right, so this is where I would have to ask you if you believe in a creator.
The answer is there's no evidence for a creator, so there's nothing to lead me to believe in a creator. So why does this float and make a right-hand turn? Okay.
All right, good. So big up Stingray. My answer right now is as simple as this. Just like the graphic you're showing now, you created it, right? That's why it's going around in a circle like that, because you created it.
All right. So the sun, yeah, got you. So the sun sits outside the realms of physics and understanding, and it's just because a creator created it. Okay, got you.
And the creator wanted it to go around like that.
Right. So his want overrides everything that we can measure and observe in natural physical states and forces. Got you. That's fine. I'll take that. So is there a reason why we've never seen a flat Earth sundial, do you think?
A sundial proves flat Earth.
No, I'm saying, is there any reason why we've never seen a sundial that would work on a flat Earth?
The sundial works on the flat Earth.
How did you determine this?
The sun, just like what you showed a while ago, the sun goes around. When it goes around, it goes to different locations on the sundial.
Okay, cool. Interesting. Do you know that there's no flat Earth sundial, which is a horizontal sundial, that will tell accurate hour time in your garden? You know they're all designed for a globe, right? Can I tell you how? So the first giveaway sign that these are all designed for a globe is that they are built for your latitude. So this is Cairo, Egypt, or Miami. Yours would be a little bit less, I would imagine. But that degrees is around the edge of a sphere. This degrees means nothing on a flat Earth. Now, the other thing is this gnomon angle here, this aligns to the rotation axis of a sphere. This compression of the hours around solar noon that spread out around sunrise and sunset, this would have to be designed opposite for a flat Earth. And the way that you can demonstrate this to yourself is really, really simple, right? You can go get a sundial that works in your garden. You can time-lapse it over the course of a day and see that it tells the time, or just go out and check on it, see if it's telling the correct time. It will do in your garden. Absolutely. Then you've got a challenge, and this is the last video on my TikTok, by the way. You can go and reply to it if you want. No flat earther ever has yet, but we'll see. I'm still hopeful. So the challenge is this. That sundial that works in your garden, bring it inside. Close all your windows, draw all your curtains. Place it on a flat surface. You have the freedom to place it anywhere on the flat surface. You have the freedom to change its orientation even, right? So you could change its orientation. You have the freedom to move a light anywhere you want. You just need to north align it. In other words, it needs to be pointed towards the center. And the light, you need to pick a radius for it to go round, but you can actually move it anywhere you want. And you can even, while it's rotating round, you can move it up and down as well. Anything you want. But what you have to do is divide the table up into 24 segments so that you can rotate the light in 1/24 segments. And this flat Earth sundial, made for a beautiful flat Earth, will never work on this flat surface again, which is a bit weird. If you move it in 1/24 segments, it will never tell the time again. Now, you could take this flat Earth sundial that's obviously made for a flat Earth with degrees and compression and rotation of a spherical axis. You could take it outside and plant it in your garden, and it will work just fine. And then try it again on the table, and it won't work. But get this, and this is the kicker. Wait a minute. This is the kicker. Nearly done. This is the kicker. If you, wait a minute, nearly done. If you bring this inside and you move that light source a large distance away, right? What you can do is you can blow up a beach ball. If you put it on that beach ball, and then you rotate that beach ball in 15-degree increments to that distant light source, it's going to tell the time perfectly. The only caveat is that 29 degrees relates to your latitude on a sphere. So you need to put it at the correct height so that this thing is aligned to the rotation axis
Let's
of the
all
sphere.
welcome the great Robin Hood of the casino, Jammin' the Giving.
So when this rotates round in 15-degree increments to a distant light source, it tells the time. When you put it on a flat surface with a local light, with the freedom to do any fucking thing you want, it will never tell the time again. When you put it in your garden, it will work perfectly. When you put it on a beach ball that's rotating, it will work perfectly. There's some logic to be had there, right?
Yeah. Put the sundial at the bottom of that bar now. Leave the light exactly where it is and put the sundial at the bottom of the ball. How are you going to work?
It doesn't. They're designed for your latitude. This sundial on a globe will not work anywhere other than 29 degrees north. This would not work for my country, the United Kingdom. I'd have to go away and generate one for 48
Jamie, Your
degrees
Majesty,
north.
may I request some coins?
So no, sundials are generated or designed for your position on a sphere, which means you can't simply take one from Cairo, Egypt, and use it in nearly done. You can't take one from Cairo, Egypt, and use it in South Africa. That wouldn't work. You have to generate it or build it based on your latitude round a sphere. Now, my simple argument is get one that works in your garden, then show me it working on a flat surface. You have zero chance. But try and put it on a sphere, it's going to work fine. Weird, right?
No, it works in the garden, you know, but after a while,
it works in a garden. It doesn't work on a flat surface. It works in a garden, but it does work on a sphere. Do you understand this?
Can I reply?
Yeah, okay.
It works in a garden on a flat earth perfectly. But after a while, you won't see the shadow because of the position of the sun. It's as simple as that.
So do you think if it works in your garden and the earth, and the earth is flat, that you'd be able to get it to work on a flat surface? Yes or no?
I just answered, yes, it works, but you will not see. You see, like your experiment that you're doing now, you're not thinking about nature and natural light, how it actually works. You're not going to always see that spin of that shadow like that.
Okay, so do you think it's incredibly coincidental that if I try and get it to work on a flat surface, there's not a chance that it would ever work because of, let's say, magic reasons of light? But if we throw those magic reasons of light out,
Santa Claus, Shardock in the house.
If we throw the magic reasons of light out and we just put it on a beach ball, it works fine without any magic light, with just normal light. That's weird, right? That would be weird, right?
Can you put the sundial at the bottom of that beach ball? Put it in the degree it needs to be in and whatever.
No, this sundial is north 29. It's built for 29 degrees from the equator.
So at the South Pole, what degree would it have to be?
Dead on the South Pole, 0. Well, 90. Sorry, 90. And on the North, it would be 90. These two you could interchange.
I'm asking you now, could you make one for the bottom of that beach ball?
What in the South Pole?
Yeah.
Yeah, I could do. Why? Have you been to the South Pole?
No, I'm just
okay.
just want to know how it works. How would the sundial work down there?
Exactly like this, except the gnomon would be stuck straight up.
So we're asking if you could do it. Do it now. Let us see it.
Oh no, I can do that. But why would you be interested in what they would be like in the North and South Pole? I don't get that.
It's just interest, you do the graphic. It's just that interest.
Oh right, yeah. No, I could do that, but I've got to make it. It wouldn't be hard, but I don't want to sit here for 10 minutes just making a little sundial for the North and South Pole when we could be having a discussion. But anyway, so I guess it's up to you to prove to me that you can make a sundial work on a flat surface, because simply saying that the Earth is flat and it works outside is incredulous. So, have you got any idea how southern flight paths work on a flat, non-rotating, water always finds its level stationary flat Earth?
You want to put up the example?
Yeah, sure, I can do. So so first of all, the premise of this is that if we're taking European flights or American flights, or maybe from the Gulf of Mexico or the Bahamas or Jamaica, and we're going to the continental United States or just flying around, there's not that much difference between what a flat Earth would be like and a globe. There is if you get down to it, but for you and I, not very much. The difference starts when we get close to the tropic of, the equinox, the equator, right? Because at the equator, the longitudinal lines here are still diverging on a flat Earth. On a globe, they're actually now crossing that parallel. And then they start converging, whereas on a flat Earth, they still diverge as you get away. So there's huge differences between what a flat Earth would predict and what a globe would predict. And we can see this. So we can see this in flight paths. So quite simply, if I put 2 flight paths on here, one is from Sydney to Chile, Santiago, Chile, right? This is the path that the plane takes. It doesn't go straight across like this, because anybody on this flight, they don't see Hawaii, then North America, then Mexico, and then South America. That's not what they see. What they actually see outside of their aircraft is they see New Zealand out the left-hand side. And then depending on the time, if it's the winter months, they'd see, if it's the summer months for you and I, they might see the ice sheets out the right-hand side of the aircraft. And then they start flying north to Santiago, Chile. Now, this flight path here is over 20,000 miles. No commercial airliner, including the 787 that makes this journey, has a range of that length. It couldn't even fly in a straight line if it went over North America. It'd have to refuel at least once going this way and at least 3 times going this way. So in doing this path as well, it would also have to be flying faster than Concorde in the amount of time that this flight path takes. So I'm just wondering, how does this work on a flat Earth when, if we quite simply look at a globe and we have a look at, well, what would these flight paths be on a globe? It's a very simple, short and straight path over the surface of a globe that explains everything. So I'm just wondering, have you got an explanation of how this flight on a globe leaves Sydney, sees New Zealand out the left-hand side while flying south, sees the ice sheets, that's the continent there, by the way, so it depends on where these ice sheets are, and then flies upward to Santiago, Chile? That's just a bit weird that this matches and this comes nowhere close to reality, right? What would your explanation for this be?
All right, so your 3D model right here, you have to remember that, you made it. You made the size. We don't know the actual size of the flat Earth.
We do.
Well, I don't know.
It's really. Do you want to know how to calculate? It's really easy. We know where the North Pole is. We know the distance from the North Pole to the equator.
They fly over the ice wall to the hidden land.
We know the North Pole to the equator. We know the equator distance to somewhere like Brisbane or Sydney. And then it's just an arc length because it's a circle. It's a portion of a circle. So we know that Santiago, Chile, from the North Pole is a certain longitudinal degrees. We know that Sydney is a certain longitudinal degrees. We know that approximately they sit on the same parallel. So all we need to do is find out the arc length here. And we know the distances. It's really easy.
Yeah, that's the measurement of the ball. I'm saying.
No. Flat surface. This is a flat surface. Look, it's flat. So if we have the distance from here all the way to here, and then we've got a amount of degrees, right? We can work out both this and that. Really easy on a flat surface. Yeah.
I get what you're saying.
Yeah. So 22,000 miles. How does it do that?
Maybe it's the wind. And
cool.
The
wind. Okay, cool.
Some good wind down there, man. When you touch that wind, you go right around quick.
And wait a minute. And when you have to go back, does it take you 48 days to get back?
Yeah.
You see the problem? Okay. I'll tell you what. You've answered that. It's the wind. Got you. This is the weirdest thing, right? So if you're south of the Tropic of Capricorn, in the winter months, in other words, let's say December, but it could be November, December, January, why does the sun appear to rotate round a southern pole rather than a northern pole? So this is the furthest out the flat Earth sun can get on a flat Earth. So this is what we've got. Now, the problem that I've got is you can invalidate this by every single person south of the Tropic of Capricorn, which includes 99% of Australia, all of New Zealand, all of Tasmania, a little bit of Madagascar, Cape Town in South Africa, most of Argentina, and the Falkland Islands. Every single person there does not see
Planes are not allowed to break the sound barrier, let alone Mach 3.
The sun rotating around a center point. They don't see this in any of the places that I've just mentioned. So if we take Brisbane, Australia here, right? On December the 21st, let's just take this as an example. On December the 21st, Brisbane, which is objectively this red part here, right? This is it, is a little bit south of the Tropic of Capricorn. Now, objectively within reality, the sun's ground position is on the Tropic of Capricorn, because if you stand anywhere on this line, anywhere on the land, even in the oceans, at solar noon, the sun's coming over your head, which means it's traveling on this path. Now, on this particular day, you can see the sun in Brisbane for 13 hours and 50 minutes, which actually means that if you think about it, their sunrise is more than quarter of a rotation away around the beautiful flat non-rotating water transit level flat plane. The issue with this is on that day, that would mean that the sun rises on this red arrow on a flat Earth. In fact, it doesn't. It rises in the direction of this white arrow. It's actually impossible on a flat Earth. But that's for everybody south of the Tropic of Capricorn. So we've got a problem here. These two things don't match up to reality, and you can verify this information. But there's another big problem. It's through the day. When it comes past, it rises south of east, it comes north of you in Brisbane, and it sets south of west, which means objectively on that day, it's taking this path, not the one around the center of the beautiful flat non-rotating Warhouse Fantasy level stationary flat Earth. So
it could have been wider. Maybe that white ball is wider.
No, again, because we know where the sun is on this day. It's actually, the ground position is on the Tropic of Capricorn. The Tropic of Capricorn does not go south of Brisbane. It can never be further south than the Tropic of Capricorn on a flat Earth. But Brisbane sees this. So this is a very big problem. These are two very big problems, but I'm gonna ask you about another one, because this is interesting. So if I go to midnight for Brisbane, why can't Brisbane see the sun above the beautiful flat non-rotating Warhouse Fantasy level flat plane? Why would that be?
Yeah, that's how light work. It does.
That's how light works.
It's not going to light everywhere at one time.
What do you mean? That's not like the light everywhere at one thing. So, are you saying that it's? I mean, would a good thing to? Wait a minute, give me a sec. On the right, we've got a flat Earth, and on the left, we've got a globe Earth. So, a flat Earth, I can zoom all the way in. And I can show you that, you know, we can see the bottom of these vessels, all of them. It's all fine. Everything's fine. No need to abandon ship. But on the left-hand side, these get increasingly hidden by the water surface, much like we saw in the video. Now, let me get this straight again. It's your assertion that atmosphere is making this happen, and I'm fine with that assertion. I absolutely am. But I am going to need an explanation for it, because it's going to have to it's going to have to alter the light, right? So how is an atmosphere altering the light, the direction of light, to make this one appear like this one? What do you think the mechanics would be in order to alter the light to do this?
Yeah, Stingray, it's just nature. That's how nature works. So it makes things appear.
This is Sofa King insane. Mind bending, in fact.
Okay, so I've got another question for your piece, and I've enjoyed this chat, by the way. But my other question is this: we're going to wake up on a beach, right? No one else is in existence. There's no buildings, no nothing. There's just water in front of us and a flat desert behind us. Now, we've got all our knowledge and all our faculties, and I turn to you and I say, I love the idea
of mind-bending atmosphere.
I think we're on a flat Earth, right? I think it's
How
flat.
Romantic. Let's all welcome the great Robin Hood of the casino. So, Jammin' the Giving.
So I'm on a flat Earth. I turn to you and I say, I think the Earth is flat. Can you, being honest now, we're going to use the scientific methods. Can you give me a falsification?
Love it here.
For the Earth being flat. Now, by that, what I'm meaning is when we come up with a assumed truth, like the statement the Earth is flat, it's only truthful to ourselves that we look for something to invalidate it. And by that, I mean, what I'm asking for is I'm wanting a prediction that I could look for and observe that would demonstrate that it can't be flat. And I'm wanting a measurement. I'm wanting a measurement that we could measure that would prove that it wouldn't be flat.
Falsification of the globe, Mr. Man.
So is there any chance that you could give me a falsification for flat Earth?
Meaning prove flat Earth here?
Wrong. I'm saying what? So I'm telling you, I'm saying, hey, Peace, I think the Earth is flat. It is your task to give me something that if I saw it or measured it, would demonstrate my belief false. So I'm asking you, what would you tell me to look for that I could look for
and Clovers a red pill, please.
And see that I wouldn't be able to see if the Earth were flat? So I'm asking you to falsify the flat Earth, invalidate the flat Earth. What would I look for?
DA script piece.
Yeah, put me on the globe side now.
Yeah. So what would you tell me to look for? No, forget globe. Globe doesn't exist. We don't know what it is. The only assertion, the only truth assertion is the Earth is flat. We don't care about globe, diamond shape, heart shape. Doesn't matter. Earth is flat. What would you tell me to look for that that I would not find if the Earth were flat? What would you tell me to measure that I could measure and get a reading for a value if, that I could find if the Earth were not flat? That's what I'm saying. I'm wanting you to demonstrate, or give me a demonstration that I could look for to demonstrate that the flat Earth is not true. Do you have anything for me?
No.
Right. So that's an honest answer, and I appreciate that. But I've got to point something out to you. There is actually,
Flat Earthers, what is the answer to 1-1?
This isn't clinical, right? But this is how you know that you're in a cult and indoctrinated. You cannot introspectively come up with falsification methods for your own beliefs that you assume to be true. So this is how you know that you're indoctrinated. Because in order for something to be true about objective reality, that can always be falsified. You will fail at attempting it, but it is falsifiable if it's true. If it's not falsifiable, you're making it up. Now, if you go away and ask any globe earther, can you falsify the globe? What would you do? They will tell you. Every single time I've asked a flat earther that question, crickets. And that's because you're indoctrinated in a cult. But I have enjoyed this chat.
Everything is a cult. Science is a cult. Religion is a cult. Church is a cult. School is a cult.
I'll agree with the last two. Science, though. Science is just the the systematic testing and in pursuit of truth of the physical and natural world. It's not really a cult.
Don't you dare say the wheel is a cult.
This wheel is a fucking cult.
The wheel.
Yeah, I'm just going to do a spin now. Oh, I lost everything, I think. Wait a minute. Did I lose everything?
We can't say everything is right that we learn in school.
There's lots of foundational piece. There's lots of foundational things. There's lots of foundational things in school that are true, but I don't agree with the way that they teach. So, yeah. Oh, mother.
Can I agree on that?
Yeah,
the wheel.
Yeah.
So you're playing a game, meanwhile you're playing a game, meanwhile you do your live.
What game did I play?
No, this wheel thing.
Stingray is cheap.
Yeah, it's just this wheel is fucking annoying. I'm gonna.
The wheel is not a game; it's life.
No, yeah, it's just annoying. Wait a minute, I'm going to turn the wheel off because I keep getting strikes when the wheel's on.
All hail the wheel. Praise be to the wheel.
The wheel is still there, guys. So you can still you can still spin the wheel. It's just in the background. You can't see it. I'm testing TikTok live at the moment. Yeah. So how should they teach? That's a very long answer. That I have opinions.
Live your life in denial of reality. Look, Brown.
Sorry, say that again, please.
I see you have another guest on the live. They're not saying much.
Who? Tempest. That's me. Tempest is the world's best flat earther.
The wheel is flat.
And I think
that's me.
I think I just see him already. Your alter ego.
Yeah, no, Tempest, my alter ego. If anybody isn't following Tempest, please follow Tempest. I need to be able to go live and prove Globers are ridiculous. Well, he needs to go live and demonstrate Globers are ridiculous, and he does so in very funny and inventive ways. In fact, the three last arguments Tempest came up with were incredibly hard. Were incredibly hard to answer for any Glober. Just saying.
I want a stingray debate with Tempest
flat Earth is the most interesting topic on the Earth.
Yeah.
Jackpot.
Oh my God! Someone just got the jackpot. Fucking. Yeah, no, that's. I haven't got that yet. I've never got the jackpots.
Times my wife kept asking me, "What the hell are you saying?" Because I just walked around the house saying it randomly.
Yeah, this is. It's weird not having the spinny wheel there, but it's still interesting.
Stingray talking about Tempest in the third person. I roll.
Yeah.
Jackpot.
You know, interesting with the flat Earth now. Maggie, an interesting one.
Yeah.
It worked perfectly on the flat Earth, right?
What does?
Helicopter take off. A helicopter take off on the flat Earth. Underneath it, not moving. I remember flat earthers believe the Earth is stationary. So for 8 hours, the helicopter take off. It land back at the same spot. No problem. And the ball, you see the ball on your screen now? We have to believe that the helicopter is moving with the air. But yet, you can move away from the air.
So I've got a question for you. Do you know how many physicists there are in the world, approximately?
No, I don't know the number.
Yeah, so there's probably a few million, right? And out of those physicists, they've all got PhDs. These are the ones I'm on about. Now, a proportion of them, like I'm going to say, like a good 300,000-400,000.
One and his name is Jorge.
Would have studied like Navier-Stokes equations and things like that, and actually written rudimentary things to do fluid simulations, which
Possible flat earther in the box Stingray.
which would be like what the atmosphere is. Now, out of all their study and all their simulations and all what they've done and all their applied knowledge within the real world, do you think they look at what the globe is and think, hang about?
How many biologist traumatizers are in the world? Too many.
Wait a minute. So when they look at the spinning globe, like, would they look at it and go, hang about, helicopters don't work on this. This must be a lie. Do you think the people that study physics and fluid dynamics or dynamicists, do you think that they look at a helicopter and go, "Ha-ha, we've just figured something out. The Earth's not a globe."
Tempest went for milk light
No.
4 hours
Is
ago
that
and
likely,
never
do you
came
think?
back.
Just like what they bring up earlier, is a cult. When you're in a cult, you're going to go with a cult.
So yeah, but wait a minute, Peace. The cult, in a cult, you can't measure or test anything yourself. You're just indoctrinated and have to accept it, right? You have to. In science, in science though, in physics, you're told to test it and verify it. You're told
that first made
to
me
attempt
question the globe?
to invalidate it, right?
That is flat Earth.
Yeah, with equations that them give you and the tools that them give you to do that. They know it's going to bring you right back to the bar.
No. You see, the thing is, you can test a ball and non-ball like I normally do. And the thing about that is a ball matches observed reality and it matches physical reality. But I can also test flat, and flat comes nowhere close.
All right. So as I said, put the
conservation of wait a minute. Here we go, Peace. The conservation of angular momentum. Can you tell me what that means?
No, I don't know the meaning.
Do you know what inertia is? Actually, no. Inertia is actually what mass is synonymous. You can just replace it with mass. But so when you're on a rotating frame of reference and you have all the forces of this rotating frame and you accumulate them up, you stand on the surface. Wait a minute. You stand on the surface, and when you jump, you're expected to land exactly back down in the same place. That's what physics says would happen. Now, if you say when you jump, this is going to rotate away from you, then that's not what physics said would happen.
I'm talking about 8 hours. A helicopter in the air for 8 hours.
That's going to be doing more corrections due to wind than anything else. Yeah. So that's wait a minute. Listen. Listen. That's going to be correcting more for wind than anything else.
You know what ridiculous? Airplane now. Put an airplane in the air. It can go in any direction.
Yeah.
While the helicopter is moving.
He says those tools are made to do that. But flat earthers have no tools or proof.
Do you think it's important that you need to measure this?
Flown for 8 hours.
Yeah, I'm going to say that would be an interesting helicopter. Not even the Russian heavy lift ones can do that.
Flat earthers understand how helicopters work.
Picture 5 airplanes going in different direction right now on that earth. I have a helicopter with what is this? Africa? No.
Right. So wait a minute. So you're on about the speed of this thing is going to affect planes, correct?
Oh, watch the helicopter going around now with South America. The helicopter's gone down with the wind right now.
Peace, why do you weigh more flying west compared to flying east?
So here's my question, Peace. If I'm on the surface, why aren't I being pulled backwards? Why do I have to get in a helicopter if your statement is true? Why can't I just shut my eyes and somehow I'll start staggering backwards or staggering west, let's say? Why wouldn't that be the case?
Right, you should.
Okay, cool. I should. Now, in saying that I should, do you think that force that I should experience that should push me backwards or apparently emerge and cause me to fall backwards, do you think we can calculate that based on the radius of the Earth and the rotational rate of the Earth? Do you think that's possible?
All right, but compared to the helicopter that's off...
But wait a minute. It was an answer. It was a yes or no. Do you think we can calculate that?
Sure.
When we do that, what is the force, do you think, of this?
What do you mean, the force?
Well, in order for something to start moving, it needs a force, right? So if I take off from a ground position here, right?
Also, if I keep jumping in one spot, I should eventually get to the store without moving forward.
The thing here, if I lift off here, my ground position is here. In order for me to change the ground position in reference to this object, because I left the ground with its motion, in order for me not to conserve that motion, that momentum, I have to have a force acting on me, right? So what's going to be shoving me left?
No, remember, I don't believe in the ball earth, you know.
No, but I'm saying if you did,
no,
what would? But wait a minute. You're saying you're expecting to see something on a ball earth, and then you're going off and quoting something that no physicist would say would happen.
You get shoved by the pushytrons.
So the point here is, if I lift up off here, and I've got a ground position and 0 ground speed, what would cause my speed to increase in this direction?
Because you're the round earth, Stingray, you have to tell us.
Right, so the answer from a round earth perspective is nothing would cause that. Because you left the surface with the motion of the surface, and absent any other force, that motion stays with you. You would need a force to change that motion. And since we can't articulate any force that would push us this way, or that way, or that way, then our ground position remains the same.
All right, so what happens when you come off of the earth now? That same position, but you're off the earth. Like the helicopter. Why is the helicopter moving with the earth now?
Because it was moving with the earth when it was sat on the earth. If it goes straight up, it has that motion still. Unless you can articulate a force that would change that, it will just sit there above. Because it has the motion. Nothing stopped it from having the momentum of the planet. So when you go upwards, it doesn't matter whether you're a millimeter off or 100 feet. You've still got the momentum of the planet. Unless you can articulate a force that will change that. So when you say you don't expect it, we absolutely do on a globe that's rotating. You're just inventing something that we don't believe in. That's like me saying on your supposed flat pizza disc, why can't I jump in the sky forever and fly? Because there's no gravity. Why can't I do that?
The Stingray, I can take a basketball, I can put an ant on a basketball, and I can spin that basketball. No, we're not going to talk about what's going to happen to the ant. If I lift that ant off that basketball, for no matter what long time period, and I put back that ant, and the basketball is not going to land back at the same spot.
And is that how much gravity is being acted on that ant from the basketball?
That's why gravity is a theory.
The Newton's law of gravitation is not a theory; it's a law, and we use it in construction. You can't say it. I mean, even if I say it's a scientific theory, that means it's proved beyond any shadow of reasonable doubt and useful, right? But even if I said, "Hey, it's just someone's fucking made-up idea," the end result of it is it turns out everything works with it in reality. Because if you assume it to be true, you can do things like build aeroplanes, bridges, and buildings. Weird, right?
That sundial that we're looking at, if you bring it down to any scale and you rotate that bar, that sundial is not going to land back.
Sorry, bring it down to any scale? I don't understand that. You mean change its size?
Yeah, man.
Yeah, do you see how it didn't change at all?
Gravity applies to solid body mass, am I wrong?
Didn't change the time.
Spin the basketball once per day, and the ant will still stay on it.
Yeah.
The basketball doesn't have gravity.
Yeah, wait a minute. I'm just going to step away for 2 seconds, Hassel.
Yeah, no worries. So Peace, what do you think would happen if we put a trampoline on a trailer and towed it behind a vehicle? So the trampoline is moving in a straight line and you're jumping on the trampoline. What do you think would happen?
All right, so first, that trailer would have to be moving at 1,000 miles per hour, going in a circle.
Why would it have to be moving at 1,000 miles per hour? Let's say it's moving at 15 miles per hour. You jump. As you jump from the trampoline is moving forward.
That's the speed of the Earth.
No, that's not the speed of the Earth.
That's
But what if what you're saying is true? If you lift yourself off of a moving object, then you should not land back on that moving object. That's your hypothesis, right?
If you're on an airplane, on the top of an airplane, and you jump, you're going to land. Where are you going to land?
If you're on top of the airplane, well, you have a secondary force acting on you. So it would also depend on how fast that airplane is moving. So, but similarly, if you're on a trampoline and the trampoline is moving, and then you start jumping on the trampoline, do you land back in the same spot on the trampoline?
No, that's what I said. It is we have to be going
they
over
literally just blindly accept every conspiracy claim of science says, even if it doesn't.
Yeah, you're not going to land back.
So in Jamaica, your tangential speed is not 1,000 miles per hour, right?
Remember, we don't believe in the Earth movement.
Okay, but according to our model, Jamaica is not moving tangentially 1,000 miles per hour. I'm in Florida. I'm not moving 1,000 miles per hour according to our model. The further north you go, the even slower it gets. So if, let's say we're in New York and the tangential speed is only 450 miles per hour.
1 rotation per day.
All right. All I'm saying, make an experiment, right?
The hour hand on the clock travels twice as fast as the globe, by the way.
Do you think...
With the object on the ball, spin it, lift the object off the ball, it's not going to land back at the same spot. We can't. You see, this is science, you know. Science is...
Do you think we...
can do it, then we can agree.
Do you think we only started saying the atmosphere moves with the Earth after helicopters were invented? Or are there other observations we can make to show that the atmosphere is moving with the Earth?
You see, this is, we've been educated to believe all of this.
No, are there other natural observations we can make? Is there anything that happens without human influence, like a helicopter? A helicopter is definitely human influence. Is there any natural observation we can make?
Conservation of motion is a law of motion.
The atmosphere moving with the Earth, as we claim.
Well, I know that is air part of the atmosphere? Air is moving. I know air is moving, but I don't know any other movement.
So you're in Jamaica right now, right?
Right.
You ever been hit by a hurricane?
Definitely.
Okay, cool. You ever watch how the Atlantic hurricane season works online or on your local weather station and look at the deflection of hurricanes?
Yeah, the storm.
Yeah, so typically, not all of the time, but typically when a hurricane is first going to form, it comes off of Cape Verde in Africa as a tropical wave, right?
Right.
Okay. And it starts moving from the east to the west, right?
Right.
So if a hurricane clips Jamaica and then heads towards Florida or the Gulf of Mexico, when the storm fizzles out and is no longer a hurricane, what sort of path has that made? If it starts in Africa, heads towards Jamaica, heads towards Florida, by the time several weeks later, when everybody's like, okay, it's no longer a hurricane, it's not even a tropical depression, it's a subtropical low. Where do they typically end up at that point?
Up north?
Yeah, so up north and east of where they first made landfall. So they always, and you can look this up. We all agree that we have historical hurricane data.
Well, I'm asking, we need a ball. We need a ball for that.
Right, but this is what I'm getting to. So hurricanes always start out heading from west to east generally, and they will always make a U-turn and go north of where they first made landfall.
I'm done with this fucking wheel.
East to west. The reason for that is the Coriolis effect. Hurricanes will never go over the equator, and in the southern hemisphere, tropical cyclones will do the exact opposite. This is an observation we can make that not only shows, one, we're on a ball, but the Earth is rotating.
And it's all possible on a flat surface as well.
No, it isn't. Describe how it would be possible on a flat surface. Why do hurricanes never... So to be clear, if you
The king
live
of
in
gravity
Ecuador,
balls has entered. Welcome to Believe Me Bro.
if you live in Ecuador, you're in no danger of getting hit by a tropical cyclone. Ecuador is a country that sits directly over the equator. The equator runs through Ecuador. But what you are in danger of
You're
getting
not
hit
spinning
by
a wheel. You're
is
spinning a flat
thunderstorms. So Ecuador gets thunderstorms for sure. So why is it that a rotating storm will not hit Ecuador, but a average ordinary thunderstorm will? Explain that on a flat Earth.
It's all possible on a flat surface.
Okay, why?
It's the same reason why it works on a ball Earth.
No, so on a ball Earth, it would work because there are different tangential speeds.
You can't even explain why hurricanes rotate on a flat Earth, let alone why the equator stops it.
So you would be correct. It is possible on a flat Earth as long as that flat Earth is a rotating ball.
No, you don't need movement.
So then explain what keeps hurricanes from crossing the equator and having different deflections depending on their location on a flat Earth, please.
You don't need the surface of a place to be moving for wind.
Flat Earth reason. Same reason as the globe.
Awesome.
Duh.
If it works the same way that it works on a rotating ball, that means the FE isn't stationary.
You see, a geography, you need a geography person for that right now.
Well, a geography person to explain what a hurricane's doing over water? How much geography is there in the Atlantic Ocean that affects a hurricane?
I'm telling you, wind can move in any direction it wants to. Air can move in any direction it wants to.
Right, but with the point is, with a hurricane, they move in a very specific direction and always do a very specific thing.
Why does the surface of the Earth need to move for wind to move in any direction?
So here's the interesting fact about why hurricanes do what they do. Generally, so if you compare a hurricane to Jamaica or to Florida, most hurricanes in general, if you put the center of rotation over the center of Jamaica, the storm itself is going to be significantly larger than Jamaica. In many cases, the storms that hit Florida, if they make landfall just south of Miami, people up in Tallahassee are already feeling the effects. And Florida is pretty darn big. So the top of that storm, the most northern part of that storm, is crossing an area that is moving tangentially slower than the southern part of that storm.
Are you in?
If you have one object that is moving over a moving surface, and the top of it is moving slower than the bottom of it, it's going to start to make the storm rotate. But as that storm rotates, the top part is also going to be rotating slower than the bottom part, which makes it make that U-turn. That's how we know these things. We don't need a helicopter. We knew the Earth was moving and the atmosphere was moving with it before we started building helicopters and airplanes. We built the helicopters and airplanes based on the principles we already knew.
Free guy, can I have 10,000?
The thing is, Peace, these things are very well known, and you can make simple observations in nature that provide evidence for what we're talking about. And then you can say, well, okay, I still don't believe it. And then you can bring it inside and test it yourself with conservation of momentum.
I'm going to put it to you this way. How much people in here now? 100. They have 199 people in here now that find interest in flat earth and round earth for some reason.
To be fair, most of them are here for the wheel, likely.
For some reason, right? So on the screen now, we're looking at the one that Stingray made. If we had a real version of this, we probably would be having the debate. But the truth is, in 2024, we still do not have...
I'm only here for the wheel. I am here for the wheel, not for incredulity.
For most of us, it's very funny.
When you say a real version of this, are you as Stingray would say, are you on about having a physical model that you can hold in your hands that does what we claim the Earth does?
On TikTok.
So you want like a homemade planet?
All right, we should be able to take a satellite footage of the Earth.
We do every single day. There are many photos every single day.
Not photos, video.
No. Well,
no video. No
so
video.
If you so Peace, let's go down that road a second. How far away do you think you have to be to see exactly 50% of the Earth?
No, what I'm saying, we have been further than
TTS is very interruptive.
And we have 2 satellites that give us photos every single day from over 1 million miles, well, right around 1 million miles away.
I'm saying
but so what would it take? So when you say video, what kind of video do you want? Do you want like video that's the quality of television back in the 80s when you were on a CRT TV? Or do you want like 4K, 8K?
All right. When you look on the globe on the screen right now, you know it is a 3D model. You just know. You look on it and you know.
Mm-hmm.
Right. We want a real video of the full...
So what quality does that video have to be in order for it
Hasselblad has me saying Stingray now.
Give us 4K. Give us a 4K video there.
Okay. Do you think getting 4K video takes a lot of bandwidth to transmit?
So why does it need to be transmitted?
Well, so you want to put a satellite beyond the moon, so over 250,000 miles away. There's not going to be a cable that goes out to it, so it's going to be transmitted wirelessly, right?
All right, so the footage from Mars, how do they send that footage?
They don't send video from Mars. They only send still photos. What's happening is they can take many photos in quick succession, transmit them, and then make basically what you would consider to be a time lapse.
So we don't have any technology right now that can pass the moon and transmit video in 4K back to the Earth.
So they're currently working on a laser communication system. Actually, when Polaris Dawn launches, that's one of the things they're going to be testing. NASA is currently putting that through their testing phases so that when Artemis 2 and Artemis 3 launch, the communications that they're sending back are over a laser, which will have more bandwidth for higher definition video and stills. It'll get here much quicker.
They want to zoom in to see a ship upside down in Australia same time as one upright in northern half.
Well, it's 2024, man. We should have I've asked for video all a while, and I've got now.
So Peace, have you ever watched the American Super Bowl in Jamaica live?
No, I don't watch American football.
Okay, have you ever watched any sporting event live that wasn't from Jamaica? Whether it's a cricket match in the UK?
Yeah, man, sure.
Okay. Yeah, so as you're watching, let's say there's a cricket match in the UK or India or something. or even the Paris Olympics, if you were watching that. During that live broadcast, was there ever any sort of glitches that happened?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay. So if we have glitches on Earth
Send.com is putting a 4K camera onto the ISS and going to live in a week.
Have issues with transmitting something with that much information over an even longer distance? Do you see what I'm saying?
Why can't we take the footage and bring back the satellite with the footage?
Well, if a satellite is 1 million miles away, it's never coming back to Earth.
All right, so we can no, we can pass the moon, right? We can pass the moon. We can take a video of the Earth, and we can come back. And we can come back.
So we already have this stuff. This is what's weird to me about these conversations. So we have video of the Earth. We have photos of the Earth, both on analog film and digital form. These things have existed for 50 plus years. Everyone on your side that says, hey, the Earth is flat, there are no real photos, they're all manipulated, already doesn't believe the footages. But in order to prove it, one of the things everybody claims is, I want more
Just put
of what I
SD card
already
in the
denied.
space station and bring it back.
Why would,
what?
if you don't
they'll say
believe
it's
we can
CGI.
go to space, why would you
Stingray
ask
chose
for
that
more of
name
something
because
from
he
a place
hated
that you don't
Steve
believe
Irwin.
in?
No, it's proof. That's why we know it doesn't exist. You know,
No,
it's 2024. There's no good proof.
My argument is,
you should have a nice video of the Earth right now, man. Come on.
we do. My argument is that everyone is making their bar of evidence either so high or setting themselves up that the evidence required to prove it to them is something
Astronauts
that they
post
can
photos
always just
to
say,
their
no,
personal
that's not
Instagrams,
real.
but it's all
So
fake
you're not
lore.
actually willing to accept
Turn
any
of
evidence
text to
that is
speech.
provided to you.
Because
if you were willing to
Where's my
accept
fallen
video
wheel?
evidence, you
I'm
would already
suffering
accept what's
withdrawals.
there.
You know, that's why we're having this debate, my brother. It doesn't look real. The few videos that we have, they don't look real at all, man.
What would it look like if it was real? Can you put into very specific terms what a real video of Earth would look like? What is your expectation?
And this is the beautiful part about life, you know, because eventually all of us were going to be plugged in like the Matrix, so we're not going to know reality anymore. But right now, we have the opportunity. We know reality when we see it.
That wasn't an answer to my question, though.
You know reality.
So for example, I like when I went to college for photography, one of the first classes we had, once we started taking photos, and this is back in the film days, so we'd take our photos, we'd process the film by hand, we'd go into the darkroom, we would make prints, and then we'd come back to class and we would have to put them up on the wall. And we learned very quickly, the instructor, the professor went around the room and said, hey, everybody needs to one at a time comment on every single photo. But what you can't say is, I like this photo. I don't like this photo. This photo looks fake. This photo looks real. You have to make that statement and then give very specific reasons why that is your opinion on the photo. I asked for a very specific example of what a real video of the Earth would look like. And you gave me nothing except it doesn't look real.
Right, so what's on the screen now, to both of us, it doesn't look real.
Right. You know, so what would a real video or photo of Earth look like? What are you expecting to see?
You know, the photos, this is why you have the flat Earth, round Earth. The photos don't even look real. And they keep changing.
Do you see how you're not answering direct questions? I asked you a very specific question. And instead of saying, well, this is what I'm expecting to see, You say this is why we have flat earthers, because none of the photos look real. That isn't, you're not answering the question at all, and you're not articulating what you're expecting to see. My hypothesis.
A lot of flat earthers, they break it down. They show you that you can see.
I'm asking you to break it down because you're a flat earther, right?
Yeah, I'm giving you. You can see the pixelation. You know,
do you have? You can see the what?
You can see the pixelations.
You can't see pixelations on any of the old photos because the old photos don't have pixels.
What old photo you're talking? What they call it? The blue marble.
Yeah, and any photo shot before or after that on analog film, even if I shoot analog film,
but to zoom in more on our Earth. What
does it take? So what does it take to increase the angular resolution of an object?
You talking about zoom work?
Yeah. So like, if I want to see a ship from the moon, if I'm let's say you suspend your disbelief, and we put Peace Park on the moon, and his goal, the only reason he's at the moon, is to take a lens and see a single ship on the surface of the Earth. And it's the largest ship ever made. Whatever that boat is, the largest one ever made, we're going to sit it in a position where you can see it. It's a clear day. There's no clouds. What would you have to do with the lens? What would the lens have to be in order for you to be able to resolve that?
All right, so it's just like the best telescope that we have on Earth that can zoom in on the moon, right? Put it on the opposite. Put it the opposite way around now. Put it to the Earth.
Can that best telescope on Earth that can zoom into the moon see something the size of a city bus on the moon?
On the moon, what's the best? What's the biggest object that telescope sees on the moon?
So most of the craters that it's able, most of the craters that it's able to zoom in on and see are like the size of cities.
Right.
Those craters are huge.
So we should be able to see a city.
But we can calculate
put that telescope on the moon now. It should be able to see a city on Earth.
No. Well, a city on Earth? Yeah, sure. That would be possible. But we can calculate. For example, if we wanted to see anything that Apollo left behind, the telescope would have to have a diameter of about a half mile in order for us to be able to resolve anything left behind. And to be clear, this is like the largest object left behind by the Apollo missions. So now you have a lens that you're standing behind that's a half mile wide. This is just like simple math. Object is X size in real life. The distance is X. How big do the optics need to be, basically, in layman's terms, to resolve that object at that distance? And the sizes of these telescopes are astronomical compared to what we actually use. The reason you can see the objects in the sky with the telescopes we have is because those objects are huge.
Yeah, I understand everything you're saying. With us, as I say, as flat earthers in 2024, come on. We're not seeing like our satellites. There's no real pictures of satellites. There's so many satellites.
There are many real pictures of satellites from Earth.
When you Google,
from space.
When you Google satellites in space.
So Peace. Do you know? So I take a photo of LeBron James, and there's millions of photos of LeBron James out there. But I want my photo of LeBron James to show up if somebody Googles LeBron James. What do I have to do to get my photo to show up? Do you know?
Yeah, you have to promote it. It gets popular. The more popular your photo is.
Sort of. But before I even make the photo live, is there anything I can do to increase my chances that the photo will be found if somebody puts in LeBron James into the search bar?
So, what are you saying? They manipulate the photos?
No. It's called search engine optimization. And this is the one thing that NASA does very, very poorly. So NASA has all of these photos, but what they don't do is put search engine optimization in it. So if you Google real photo of Earth, you don't get taken to any of the websites that NASA is either in partnership with or runs on their own because they're not adding those keywords in. What you will find if you Google these things and actual photos from NASA are popping up, is they're coming up on places that are using those photos in articles. So that's why search engine optimization matters. And then on top of that, NASA would need, so what I do when I want my photos found, I try to have as many different sites that I control pointing back to the same place. So in my case with LeBron James, I'll put that on my Instagram, on my Twitter, on my TikTok, whatever. But then I have, if you hit this, it takes you back to the original photo on my website. And if my goal is to get the original photo on my website to show up on the first page of Google, there's very specific things that Google is looking for in their algorithm to have that show up. And NASA isn't doing that.
You have some pictures can show us right now, like some pictures of satellites that's supposed to be real.
Sure.
Or the host. I don't know if the host is, but I'd love to see some pictures that. Because when I just use regular Google, I get 3D pictures.
I mean, are you on about satellites from the ground, yes?
No, he wants to see a satellite in space from space.
Oh, right. Oh, yeah. Well, there's loads of launches where you can see that, like SpaceX. There's videos of them launching all the Starlink satellites.
Not the launches. In space, a photo of a satellite in space.
Yeah, but wait a minute. Yeah. The launchers are in space and they're letting the satellites go. How is that not a satellite in space?
So these on my screen right now, you see those?
Can make him big.
He can make himself big, but I'll do it because, whatever.
So these were shot from the ISS. Also shot from the ISS. These are actual satellites. But what you're talking about is stuff like this. So NASA does have a department that will, when they build any sort of satellite that's going to go into space, they'll either draw it because we know, hey, there's not going to be a camera following this. Sorry, shaky, because I'm moving my hands. So we know a camera isn't going to be following this. So sometimes what they do is they take a photo of the satellite in the building where it's being built, and then they take another photo of Earth, and they'll composite those together to give to the crew that worked on the satellite or as a teaching thing. In this case, this looks like it's actually a 3D rendering that didn't use any real photos. But yeah, if you just Google, like here's another one. Just Google, all I put in is photos of satellite from ISS. Because there are satellites that are underneath the ISS. In those cases, here's another one. In those cases, the satellites are really, really small, which is why the ISS is positioned where it's positioned. All of the gigantic satellites are higher than the ISS.
All right. When we finish, I'll take a look at them. The screen's still a little bit fuzzy.
But that's what I'm saying. The keywords matter.
This is my point. That's why you have flat earthers, because first thing, if you Google, remember now, Google is the #1 search engine. So I get your point. If you don't research it more and go in depth into it, the first photos you see, you're going to say, satellite's not real then. Call me, I say a 3D, bare 3D photos.
But this is why I was telling you about search engine optimization. So when I tag my photos and I add SEO keywords, they're comma separated on the back end of my website. So I don't just put LeBron James in the photo of LeBron James. I put LeBron James, comma, LeBron, comma, James, comma, LeBron James, Miami Heat, comma, Miami, comma, Heat. And I have as many different iterations as I can think of.
You can always find your photo.
Yeah, in your case, I bet you're Googling real satellite photos from space, something to that effect. That SEO is not getting put on any of those photos. That phrase doesn't exist in the SEO of those photos. It's not like NASA's sitting behind their computer and they have a team saying, "Oh, what are the flat earthers
Annoying
going to
TTS
Google?"
back. Keep messages short.
You know what I'm saying? Like, that phrase has to exist on all of those photos in order for them to be put up. But if you think how NASA thinks, or how a journalist who covers the space industry thinks, how that publication is going to think,
Tempest is
they're
awfully
probably
quiet.
on the SEO going to put satellite photo ISS or satellite photo and then name another satellite that's up there. You know what I mean? They're not going to say real. Like, of course they're real.
So
You know what I mean?
Yeah, man, I get everything what you're saying. But I'm telling you now, from the flat earther point of view.
How short
this is
should
like
the
you have
messages
kids.
be?
You have kids, you
Shorter
have
than
kids
this
growing up, they're
one,
gonna be
or
flat
would this
earthers
one be
because the first
considered
they
too
Google
long?
satellites, them falls.
I promise Stingray to keep all my messages short and not include superfluous or unnecessary words.
NASA has a solar sail test we can see with our eyes right now. Way too long.
Yeah, Peace Park, if you say you understand these things, but then you just say, nope, I don't believe them.
Tempest is mighty quiet.
You can't say on one hand, this makes sense,
Spin
but I
500.
don't believe it, but not
Like
have a
Stingray
reason
and,
why.
It's like Stingray and Tempest. Tempest is a flat earther, you know.
Tempest is the best flat earther.
So, you know.
Actually, the original reason I came up was just to show that Tempest didn't scare me off from the chat.
That's funny.
I'm one of the calm flat earthers, you know. We have a good long discussion because I open my mind. I don't put myself in a box. So even though I'm a flat earther, I will hear your point of view, and if it makes sense.
Peace. I get it. Peace. I just want to say something. You are
Flat
now
Earth arguments be like, I like turtles.
Yeah, you're one of the chilledest flat earthers. I'll give you that, and I don't mind talking to you at all because our disagreements are kind of like the most mellow disagreements that I've ever experienced. So thank you for that.
Yeah, man. Respect. Yeah, man. It's life. You know, we're still learning. Some people say it can be both. Some people say maybe we're in a ball, but in the middle of the ball, you have the flat surface. Who knows? You know, it's an interesting topic. Anytime Stingray come up, you know, I always join the live because I love the 3D animations.
Our Lord and Saviour Tempest will save us from the globe apocalypse.
Peace, do you know how he makes those 3D animations? Do you know what he's inputting, what information he's using to get that ball Earth on there?
Definitely, man. I'm using all of the Earth measurements, the 93 million mile away sun and all of that, and I understand everything, man. And it
so if he,
Fook this fook of a fooking will so fooking much.
If Stingray just says, you know what, I'm going to assume the sun is 93 million miles away. The Earth is the circumference and size that we're told, and it rotates at this speed. if those are the three assumptions he makes, and then in that animation, everything matches reality, why? Like, that's the entire point of his animation is, hey, I just took what we're told, put it into this with these values. That's the only assumption I'm making. Yet it matches what I see outside.
Stingray are going better than NASA. Stingray are going better than NASA right now. Stingray, NASA need to hire you. And you got to know.
Here's the interesting thing. I highly suspect that no one in NASA, or at least maybe even the top percent, like at director level, they would surpass my salary. NASA do not pay very well. Private pays a hell of a lot better. Just saying. NASA don't have the budget.
Johnny Astronomy has confirmed that many times. He actually took a pay cut. He had several offers as a astrophysicist. I think he has a master's. I don't think he has a PhD, but he's an astrophysicist. He had several offers. He chose NASA and got a significant pay cut compared to what he was offered in private. But he did want to work on gigantic projects that people would know about and have access to things that he wouldn't have access to otherwise, which is why he chose that job.
You can see NASA employees' salaries. They're public. They don't make a lot of money.
Their benefits are pretty cool, but
yeah, and that's why people go into government service, right? Most of the time, it's like, hey, I'll take the slightly lower salary for great benefits.
But Peace, I would, if I was a guy that saw you every day and we ended up at the bar or whatever together and we had these conversations on a regular basis, I think my biggest thing to you is I don't want to convince you, but I do want you to have solid reasons for what you believe that don't involve other people's opinions on it. I want you to be able to articulate the earth is flat and here is why, because I did this myself and the evidence showed that it was flat. Do you understand?
What's happening after the Bar Hasselblad dish?
If it was easy for everybody for us to go down to the South Pole for exactly where we want to go, then you would have so much debate again. So until that day, all right, same thing again. If the Earth is round and space travel becomes easy and everybody's have access, like how you can take an airplane ride, we have access to space travel. So
well, it wouldn't be an airplane.
And laugh, you know. So,
but an airplane will never go to space. You would have to have an airplane that has a rocket attached to it, because at some point, lift isn't going to work, and you're going to need thrust to get into space.
Yeah, man. Until space travel is easy.
Well, define what easy is.
Well, definitely not easy, no.
That's not a definition of easy. What is your definition of easy?
For $250K, you can take a trip on Blue Origins.
Airplane right now, I would say airplane travel is easy. So as easy as airplane traveling.
Flat earthers
but not
are so
everybody
dishonest.
Can travel on an airplane, right? Like
He
there
means
are people in the
economical.
world that can't afford it.
So, right, but because the numbers are so much, everybody can say, yeah, they know what's
It's not
in the
easy
air.
to go to the bottom of the ocean either, so is that fake.
A significant amount of people doing it.
You know, it's not many people so-called been to space. So we have to go on. We have to go
It's
on.
about
Do you agree
economical.
that there are companies out there that either one allow civilians to go into space, or two allow civilians to pay to get a ticket to go to the edge of space.
Yeah, I heard they're building the Virgin, the man that owned Virgin.
Blue Origin just did a launch the other day with paying passengers.
So here what's funny about that again now. A lot of the scientists saying that they're still not really, if they show you a basketball and the surface that they come off of, how they really not, they don't even go far.
So if you only see 1/8 of a basketball, are you still going to see curvature? If we shrink ourselves down and the Earth is now a basketball, and you go high enough off of the surface of the basketball and you look out the window and you only see 1/8 of it, are you still going to see curvature?
I don't know. I couldn't tell you.
Wait a minute, guys! Look at this. These people in the Virgin flight. Oh, look, Earth curvature on the right hand side there. But their hair looks like aliens. It's like really, really freaky. Oh, look, what's that? That's a commercial space flight. Oh dear. Okay, that's interesting. All right, now let's move it on. Look at this. Look at this hair. This is bad. Woohoo!
Like, and that's the thing, Peace. Like, even with the first flight ever taken by the Wright brothers, let's just say that portion of history is correct. They had to at least start
Peace Park,
understanding
for
what the Bernoulli
$250,000,
principle
you can
was
go
in
up
order
with
to
Blue
get their
Origin's
glider to
next
Earth.
flight.
Like they understood that, hey, the wing has to be a specific
Look into
shape
company
in
space
order for
perspective.
it to carry our weight. So it's not like you need a ton of people to prove something. Not everybody has to experience everything. There's very, very few people.
Wait a minute. Now, Hasselblad, sorry to interrupt you, and I appreciate you've been talking for a while as well. So thank you for that. But I just want a moment of silence for the flat Earth.
Jackpot.
Just a moment of silence for the flat Earth. Cheers. Okay, that's it.
I feel like we should have been playing taps too.
Wait a minute, wait a minute, just 2 seconds. Sorry, Pace. JT, would you pilot this if they offered you like 3 times the salary and you only had to do like I don't know, 1 flight, 2 flights a month or something?
As we wait for JT to come back, I need to drop down and make some phone calls. Thanks.
Oh, what about
okay,
me?
cheers, Hassel. No, I was saying, would you pilot this? Would you pilot this if they paid you 3 times salary and you only had to fly twice
wanted a
a
moment
month?
of silence for his jackpot be real.
Oh yeah.
Would you? Even though the risks are significantly higher, like more than double the risk. It's like 300 times the risk,
yeah.
right? Okay, fucking hell.
Yeah. Beam me up, Scotty.
Yeah, like, stop the future of my children. I don't care. I just want the thrill. Let's do this.
Yeah, right.
Okay.
So, pay the right amount.
Do they have PlayStation controller?
That's what we need.
Yeah.
I fly it in a heartbeat, and I have no idea how to fly.
Nice. Yeah, I mean, some of the live video feeds of the ISS, like I think Baldy Chris said in the chat piece, they're going to have a live video feed from the ISS very, very soon. I think he said it's on sen.com. And that's going live in a week. So, in effect, what you'll be able to do is you'll be able to look at in fact, let's look at historical live ISS. So this is historical live ISS, right? As it's going over, well, this is on a spacewalk, obviously, but as it's going over, you could see where it is, because this thing moves. This thing moves at a rate of knots,
If
right?
it has a PS controller, I would be an ace pilot.
Now, you'd be able to, from Jamaica, you'd be able to see the cloud cover as this thing comes over, and you'd be able to verify whether it is actually your weather that they're looking down on, right? You would. Have you ever thought about doing that?
We can have this up in the atmosphere, and when I need space for half the ISS.
Sorry, say again.
Well, the problem with that is, in order for an aircraft to operate in the atmosphere, it has to have devices to generate lift. The ISS has no lift devices.
We know of.
You can see it. There are no lift devices on the ISS. It's actually not aerodynamic at all because it's not designed to operate in Earth's atmosphere.
I believe you can have satellites. You don't need a ball to have satellites. To have things hovering in the air, you don't need a ball for that.
Wait a minute. I think the point JT is getting at is, these things aren't hovering in the air. The ISS is hauling ass. GPS satellites are hauling ass. And geostationary
Look at the feed from
satellites are way too far away.
Taken every 10 minutes.
So, yeah, this is hauling ass. You know that, right?
The other thousands of satellites, where are they right now?
Orbiting the Earth, the size of a car.
So we can't see them.
Can you see any cars from this vantage point?
If the Earth is 24,000 miles, 901 miles circumference at the equator, and there's only about 5,000 satellites in orbit right now, what's the distance between each of those satellites?
Right, so this can be the flat Earth, but it was fisheye the lens.
The thing is, the Earth is massive. There's very few satellites in respect to that, and they're spread out. You wouldn't see a mass of them stuck together somewhere.
So wait a minute, Peace. Did you say this is just a fisheye lens, correct?
I said it could just be fisheye because it's so.
It could, but here's the issue: it's going in a goddamn straight line and ends up back where it started. How does that work on a flat Earth?
Yeah, you go round.
No, this is going north to south. This is slightly circumpolar at the moment. The foot of Italy does not run east to west. This is going north to south. Okay, pedantically, it's coming from the north. It's coming from the northwest and going southeast. But it's going north to south.
Jamaica. The NOAA satellite feed shows your weather. Pictures taken every 10 minutes.
Do you think it'd be possible to point out how fake this is by just matching up the clouds from the ground if it came over you, right? Peace?
No, you're saying one next week we're gonna be able to just
Yeah, 100%. Yep.
Yeah, but I'm saying, right, this can be possible on a flat Earth as well because it's so high up, and the technology that's keeping it up there, we just don't know.
I'm not saying there might not be some mythical technology keeping it up. I'm saying this is going in a direction of southeast. So continuing southeast, this would go off the edge of the ice wall. We've just gone from Italy to Egypt. That's not going. Wait a minute. That's not going east to west. That's heading in a southerly direction. So unless this decides to take, much like the flat Earth sun, a hell of a turn for no reason, then it's going to hit the ice wall, but it doesn't. It ends up going up South America, and then comes straight back over and nearly comes back round where it passed the last time, right? It's a bit weird.
So what are you saying on a flat Earth that could work?
Well, okay, let's have a look at how that would work on a flat Earth. So what we've got here is this is a beautiful flat non-rotating water on surface level flat plane. So if I just add, let's say, a large geometry, which we're going to call, for the sake of argument, the ISS. Now, we just saw that this run down the coast of Italy. And we saw that it went from Italy, and it went like this, and it went over Egypt. Now, the important thing is, this is just going to keep going in this direction. It's going to pass over Madagascar, and it's going to do this. But then wait, this is the fascinating thing. About here, they'll be able to see something that's a bit weird, right? They'll be able to see from over here. And then it'll do this. So yes, I put it to you that it's not possible on a flat Earth.
Can we see the part when it reached the South Pole?
I'll find one for you. Give me a sec. And when I find my browser, I shall search ISS Antarctic transit. Why? What would this prove to you? By the way, out of interest.
I've never seen it. You know, I just love to see it.
Oh, right, okay. But you think it's possible, right?
Boy, I'm not gonna say possible until that's what I'm saying. I'm gonna see it first, then I can give you my point of view on it.
Give me a second. I've got to find because its orbit is not a set orbit. Its orbit transitions. So I've got to find an orbit that it's on. While I'm waiting, what's the best proof that you've got of flat Earth that is that's useful within reality? Out of interest.
I'm stationary. I know I'm not moving.
Okay, cool. How is that useful in reality?
That's what we can use for senses now, you know. With no
No, I get that. I'm saying, armed with that knowledge, how can I take that into the real world and use it for the betterment of myself or others?
Yeah, man, you operate every day, man. Or you think you can walk, you have balance.
This is held aloft on supersonic helium balloons and zips through portals to the opposite side.
Without balance, you have nothing. So the most important thing is balance, you know. And a baby I walk, a baby have to try to find balance. So the baby realizes, hold on, I'm stationary, all right, cool. Balance this thing out now. Start using legs, one foot, next foot. So yeah, stationary flat Earth is important.
No, I'm not saying is it important. I'm saying is it useful. You see, on a globe, I can give you.
ISS doesn't cross like 70 north or south.
Yeah, I don't think it does actually. It gets very close.
Stationary is useful.
Yeah, so yeah, I'm not saying. Okay, so armed with the knowledge that we're stationary, what could I use that for?
As I just said, the first thing, every athlete have to find balance. So.
No. I meant, okay, objective reality, right, is the thing that exists outside. A truth of objective reality means that what we can do is if I give you a truth, you can verify it, right? So verification would also include an attempt to falsify it. Now, if you can't falsify it...
Ever use the bathroom on an airplane with your balance?
Yeah. I mean, okay, so here's an assertion. The Earth isn't moving. How would you verify that? And how would you falsify that? Because verification would have to be true and falsification would have to be false. So how would you falsify that the Earth is stationary?
Back to the helicopter. We made a helicopter. We made it over for 8 hours. It came right back down, so we verified.
Yeah. That's very right. So falsification. How would you falsify it?
Now we falsify that the Earth not moving, and we verified that it's stationary.
No. Falsification is where you hypothesize something that would be true if your hypothesis was false, and then you look for it. Can you give me a falsification for the Earth is stationary?
Yeah, I go right back to the code thing, man.
But what's the falsification for the Earth is stationary? Is there anyone, do you think? Is there a way that we could falsify it?
Why would you want to falsify?
Indoctrinated much?
Because in order to be true and honest, we have to, in order to assert it being true, demonstrate that in all honesty, we've tried to make it not true by falsifying it and failed honestly. So what would be the falsification for the Earth is stationary? I can think of some. I can think of falsifications for the Earth is moving. But why can't you, is what I'm saying. It's because you're indoctrinated. Give me a falsification for the Earth is stationary.
What is the falsification for breathing?
Breathing's an action. It's something you control.
And what's the falsification for it?
You that's not a hypothesis that needs falsification. You simply need to not do it or do it. It's a choice. We're on about a description of something in objective reality.
Lie balls are lies.
There's something.
Right now, I'm manually breathing.
Yeah. To the point that you can falsify everything, you know.
No. I'm saying you can falsify an assumed truth about objective reality. If you were to say that the assumed truth was that I am breathing, then I would simply say, well, if I wasn't breathing, there would be no chest movement, no lung movement. So I'm going to look for zero motion in the chest. When I see motion, my attempt to falsify it has failed. So, but that's still a choice. It's a biological process. So I'm just saying.
Look up ISS orbit visualized on flat Earth map. Note how weird the speed is.
So what would be the falsification?
Necessary for humans to stay alive is a hypothesis.
So what would be the falsification for the Earth is stationary? Is there anything that you can think of, Pete?
Yeah, man, I gave you the example with the helicopter.
No, you're trying to support it, and you'd have to negate most of Newtonian physics to actually make any assertions on that, because Newtonian physics doesn't say what you're doing there. It actually disagrees with what you're doing, and we use Newtonian physics throughout the world. So, what would be your falsification for the Earth is stationary?
Remember, wherever my own is, that's my own. My own is the helicopter.
He's got big balls. She's got big balls. But Stingray's got the biggest balls of all.
So you're saying there wouldn't be a falsification now? Or
the example of the helicopter is just words, never proof of the 8-hour video.
Yeah, so we'd need to be able to measure it. Have you done that with the helicopter? Yes or no?
Measure what?
So when we say falsification, it needs to be something that either of us can do, right? Have you done the falsification yourself by having an 8-hour helicopter flight?
Jackpot.
You see, I know what you're trying to do, you know. I know you're trying.
I'm quite literally wanting you to admit that you don't want to falsify it, and you would never try. And even if you tried to think of a way, your brain won't let you. That's all I'm trying to get to.
All of us.
Nearly asked Tyson, said the crab is flat.
In some form or way or another. There's no going around that. You know?
Sorry,
and
say that again.
Hovering a helicopter is difficult. Always have to make micro adjustments.
And that's why I said we can have a good conversation where we just meet in the middle, because, you know, that's life. Everybody.
Welcome to Angry Santa Claus, Shardock in the house.
Yeah, so the point here is I don't think you can falsify the flat Earth.
Suck it, Stingray.
Because it's an unfalsifiable thing. But luckily, the flat Earth is also 100% useless.
Tiny Tim, I went home for Christmas.
There's nothing that I can predict off this. There's nothing that anybody has ever predicted that you've said, hey, because the Earth is flat, this. And look, now we can use this in reality for this. Because the Earth is flat.
Put the helicopter over that flat Earth right now.
There is no meeting in the middle on flat Earth. Flat Earth is nothing.
Oh my God. Right, okay. So you see this? You see this?
It worked perfect.
Look at this. You see this? Wait a minute. Stop. You see this? So if this is rotating this way, right?
I don't know why Stingray, nearly done, thinks that these nearly done.
So wait a minute. So this is rotating this way.
Freemason said Earth is flat.
Right,
because Aldrin slept with a flat
So wait a minute. So I've got an object sat here and it's pushing down this way on the ground, right?
Flat Earth is also unverifiable.
So my question here is, if this is rotating, what happens to this object?
What? Draw a helicopter.
No. We'll do it in a second. If this is on the ground and this is rotating, what happens to this object?
They're going to move the opposite way.
No, it's going to move with the thing, isn't it? Right.
Oh, it's stuck. It's stuck to it.
Yeah. Well, no. There's a force pushing it down. Call it gravity.
No, man.
Goes like that.
No,
gravity.
Man, which force? Which force, man? Unless it have weight, ain't no force on it.
Well, yeah. Okay. Mass times the acceleration of gravity.
That's something sticky.
We call that weight.
I want to see the visual effects artist draw a helicopter.
We call that weight, right? That's mass times mass times little g, right? That's weight here on the planet.
I pretend that's an ant, right?
No. It's at the moment it's just a block, and this is a spinning surface that's slowly rotating. This is the force, the mass that's pulling it down, mass attracting mass. This is just going to move with it, correct?
No, remember flat earthers don't believe in gravity.
Okay, yeah, but you the problem with not believing in gravity is, can remember when you said you don't know why things fall? It seems to be where the ground is. You remember that?
Go back to the flat map.
Did you remember that though?
Yeah, man, I remember.
Yeah, so you got to say that you don't know. So if we just go with can we criticize the heliocentric model? Do you think that's possible?
Wait, no, man. I'm showing you why everything makes sense on the flat Earth. Go back to the flat map a second, right? Put the boulder on anywhere on the flat map now, except the sea and one of the land mass.
Well, any boulder, just a boulder, I guess. All right, yeah, one there in Africa.
Right. It's so simple that is now. Because the boulder is heavier than the air, it is on the land mass. If it was light, like the atmosphere, it would float. Like a helium balloon now float.
Right, so the issue with that is, if the boulder's up here, there's we have a density gradient of atmosphere, right? You know that. You agree to that?
Remember, we call it density.
No, but you know there's more stuff lower down than there is higher up, yeah?
While being south of the Tropic of Capricorn makes sense.
The surface of the Earth.
No, so wait a minute. So you know that down here there is more air pressure than up here, correct? Do you know that or not?
Right.
Okay, cool. Right, so if I put it in the middle, and down at the surface is 17.5 or 17.4 psi. That's the amount of pressure from the stuff down here. And then above it is, let's say, 3.5 psi. So all of this is atmosphere. Yeah, all of it. It's just that there's more stuff underneath, denser, than there is on top. So it's less dense on top. It's more dense underneath. Why does this head towards the more dense stuff and not the less dense stuff if it's a rock?
It's finding its medium.
No.
Rock and the earth is the same thing.
All right, so it doesn't so it doesn't care that going up would be simpler with less resistance. It just says I'm going to head towards the denser stuff, right?
Right.
Okay. Yeah. So why didn't it choose to go to the less dense stuff if it's density difference? Because it would have been, from a force standpoint, it would be easier to go to the less dense atmosphere than the more dense atmosphere, right?
No, it's finding its equilibrium.
All right, so it's deciding consciously, right? There's no mechanism. It's just going to say I'm going to find where I feel best, right? You can't just say it's going to go to that place. You have to come up with a mechanism of why there is a difference between there's less dense stuff here and there's more dense stuff here, and it decides to go to the more dense stuff. Because believe it or not, you've got an issue with your logic there. Would you like to see what that is?
Now, if you're sure that
wait a minute, let me just show you this. So we've got a little thought experiment here, right? This little thought experiment is quite interesting. We've got a container. It's a fish tank. On one side of the fish tank, right, I'm going to put mercury. On the other side, I'm going to put water. Now, we're going to say that there is the thinnest membrane between them, like the tiniest membrane that exists. Now, in this example here, yeah, I'm leaving this like this. Let's say we were able to arrange the mercury in the water absolutely perfectly like this. Do you think they'd stay like this? Any idea? If they're in a container, they wouldn't stay like this, would they? Peace?
Yeah, I'm watching.
Yeah, so this is, yeah, so this side is mercury, liquid. This side is water, liquid. So if we could get them to stay like this, which would be really hard, but it should be true if it's just about density and stuff. But we put a iron block in here, an iron brick. Now it's going to go down because of some universal down property, right? Now it's going to hit this water and this mercury. Do you think it's going to go more towards the water side or more towards the mercury side? So the mercury side is incredibly dense. It's actually denser than the iron. The water side is a lot less dense than the iron. So which do you think this would favor? Would it favor going towards the more dense? Or would it favor going towards the less dense? Which do you think?
I would say the less dense.
Awesome. Explain to me again. Why is this thing not going towards the less dense and it's going towards the more dense?
Because that's not mercury and water. You're dealing with air and land.
No. Forget the land. It's going to the more dense air rather than the less dense air. Why is it choosing to do that?
I would say we can't forget the land. The rock is made from the land.
Oh, right. Okay. So it's the land that's important, not the density of the air. Got you. So why is the land important and not the density of the air or the density of the medium?
All right. It's like how a ship floats on water. Even though the ship is heavier than the water, you know, it stays on top of the water because it's built to float.
Right, so remember what you said about the gas chamber, though, with the little ball inside it. It didn't care about the density around it. And even if when there was more stuff underneath, it still decided to go down. And even when there was less stuff underneath, it still decided to go down towards the ground. Because the ground was the only thing that was important to it. Wherever the ground was, it would go to. Guess what?
I was saying the ship won't go to the ground too, you know, but it's the water preventing the ship from sinking.
Yeah, that's fine. That's the buoyant force, and we need gravity to calculate that.
Without the water, what would happen to the ship? The ship would just find the ground.
Have I asked you about what your thoughts are on Lake Pontchartrain Causeway yet?
Yeah, I still want to discuss this bridge a couple of times already, man. If this is curvature, then it's a small earth. It's a small earth we live on, man.
Is that your assertion? It's a small earth if this is curvature, correct?
If that's curvature, it's a small world after all.
Yeah, okay, I get that, but do you think that statement is true? And do you genuinely believe it, yes?
Now, this again is just I call a mirage, or
a mirage that just happens to match the curvature of Earth.
The atmosphere again.
So atmosphere that is variable on every day, and on this day, it just happens to match the exact curvature of planet Earth, right? That's what we're saying. That true?
The atmosphere can play tricks on you.
I'm not saying it can. I'm saying on this day, it just happened to match the perfect curvature of the Earth, correct?
Yep.
Interesting. Now, you said something about the Earth being really tiny because of this, right? Why would you think the Earth would be tiny because of this?
Because you've seen the actual curve.
Do you not think you'd be able to see the curve? You know, this is 16 miles, right?
That bridge look like it. All right, you know what's funny about this now? If we go from overhead, don't it look flat?
Yeah. If you went from overhead, it would look flat. So if I go over here like over here like this, and then I raise the camera up and look down at it, that looks flat. Do you know why?
Look flat.
Yeah. Yeah, but this is that curving bridge. Do you know why this looks flat? Because this here, look at this here, and that there, that's 1 mile. That's 1 mile. When we look down at it like this, that's 20 miles. So we're seeing curvature over 20 miles, not just the curvature between two of these. And it matches observational reality perfectly. And if you'd like an explanation of that, here's one. Can you see the massive curvature on that blue beam? Yeah, massively bent. Yes.
What curvature?
The massive curvature on this blue beam.
Yo, you see. You know what you're doing a stingray.
Wait a minute. Are you telling me you can't see? Wait a minute. Are you telling me you can't see the massive curvature on this blue beam, right? Can you? No? Yeah? No? Okay, I'll tell you what. How about if I do this? Let's look at it, then let's get really close, then let's get really far while zooming in, much like we would on a bridge. Now can you see the massive curvature on that? Yes or no?
So that says perspective.
Oh, right. Okay, so it's perspective. Got ya. So when we do that with the bridge and it looks like this, it's perspective that's actually showing the very, 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 very slight amount of curvature. That's what it's doing. The very slight amount of curvature in this blue bar is accentuated because of our perspective, our proximity, our angle, and the zoom. I'm not doing anything to them. All I'm doing is moving the camera far away and zooming in a lot. And guess what? It looks like that.
I was saying, so when it comes on to them 3D thing here, you can manipulate anything and do it any way you want to do it. So when it comes on to reality, if you're in an airplane and you're flying over that bridge, it is totally level, it is totally flat.
So I'm really sorry. But yes, it will look flat. But when you measure it, it won't be flat. It'll be exactly as we expect on a globe Earth.
So when them building it, them build it totally flat or them build it with curvature?
It's actually segmented. So each one of these is 50 odd feet long. The concrete causeway sections. So each one of the concrete causeway sections is flat, but then it's rested on pillars, and the difference in curve is so negligible. You could just shove the sections up to each other, and away they go. So you don't have to worry about curvature when you're building it in like 50-foot segments. You don't. It's naturally going to curve, much like the image here that demonstrably shows curve.
And this is why you have flat earthers,
because of this curving image. Got you.
You can work on a flat surface, and we just say it is a mirage, it's perspective, and it can work on the ball too. So you see, that's why flat earth, best topic ever in the world. When I tell you no lie, my brother, best topic ever.
JT, anything to add?
Okay, when I like that blue line, when you do all
I'm just listening.
That blue line, or you zoom in and out and you see the curvature, then you don't see it. Bad.
Yeah, well, that's exactly what we expect. I'm just showing you what
Smooth talking
this
point
is.
still means moot.
Man, this bad, man. You see the curvature now, but when you change the angle.
Yeah.
You ever see those photos?
This is wait a minute. Just
down there insulting in the comments.
It's what, sorry?
Gene was pretty knows better. He doesn't even know the curve rate. Nice insult, Gene. Nice insult.
I know the tangential difference end to end is about 0.3 degrees, Gene, and when I put that into the visualization, it matches observed reality, Gene. Bit interesting, right, Gene? Invited.
I just sent you a video, Stingray. Just watch it. I'm not here to argue. But what you're showing is the observation of a flat Earth, and you'll see it once you see this video. I highly recommend you watch it and contrast it with me.
So wait a minute. This is an observation of a flat Earth, is what you're saying?
Yes.
Honestly, ignore G. He is not worth it.
We shouldn't see curvature at this distance. So you guys say all the time.
So
the argument always becomes that boat is disappearing over the bottom disappearing.
So Gene, how much curvature do you think this is showing? Out of interest in this video,
you said 16 miles, right?
Well, the causeway is 23.8.
So we are trusting someone else's video and not your own senses.
So the causeway is 23.16
miles has no curve.
But 16, I can count 16 of these power relay junction boxes before I then consider they're hidden by water. So yes, I can see 16 miles in this.
So before we contrast observer height, do we know how much curvature there is after 16 miles on the surface? How much drop there would be?
No, it's not drop. It's tangential difference end to end.
Drop is not curvature, June.
Yeah, it's tangential.
Guy who is currently
wait a minute. It's
keep getting interrupted by JT. I don't know why.
No, you're getting interrupted by TTS. JT doesn't sound like that. So tangential difference end to end here is a fraction of 0.2 degrees, right? So this 0.2 degrees is what we're looking at. Now, when I verify that with an observation versus the geometry of 0.2 degree, well, it's actually 0.3 degrees over the 23.8 miles, but visible 16 miles is about 0.2 degrees. So it kind of matches. I'm not going to lie to you. It's very hard to say that it doesn't, right?
So I'm clear. You're telling me that I cannot use any globe Earth curvature calculator to contrast this observation?
I don't understand. Well, I don't understand what you're on about.
What I was trying to ask, and you disregarded it, I said, do we know how much drop there is? If we're making a 16-mile observation, before we add observer height, we should at least have the control to understand how much drop there is. Because drop is where we're going to derive hidden height from.
Drop. Why do you constantly talk about drop when we're observing curve rate?
Yeah, wait a minute, Gene. This is everything. Gene, this is everything that we can see, right? I'm not bothered about what's hidden. I'm on about everything that we can see. We don't see what's hidden, and I don't care what's hidden. What we see is curvature, and we see exactly the amount of curvature if we were on planet Earth.
Well, I don't know why we can't talk about the geometry. I don't know what's wrong here. I'm still asking if we're going to be contrasting a long distance observation over distance. That's the one control point we have to even start off with.
Oh, well, here you go. That's flat Earth. I see all 23.4 miles. How's that?
So what I was saying.
Wait a minute. Wait, just really quickly, Gene.
I'm addressing you
directly. Do you agree with this? Do you agree with this? If the Earth was flat, I'd see all 23.4 miles.
My question. I was in the middle of saying something to you. Do you mind if I just finish and I'll listen to what you have to say?
Go on then.
I don't think I'm being rude right now, am I?
No, go on.
Okay. So respectfully, the last time I tried to speak, JT interrupted me and I mentioned it, and you said no, that was somebody else, but it was JT as well.
That was that time. It was.
I'm asking.
Wait a minute, JT. Let him finish.
Respectfully.
Right, go on.
So for a moment of your time, Stingray, what I'm saying is it possible that if we're going to make an observation that I can use a globe Earth curvature calculator to contrast the observation? Yes or no?
If you're looking for what's hidden, yes.
Okay. Now, if we were to take this observation,
that's one question.
All welcome the world's
let me ask you a question.
Francis
in the house. I was wondering about the 16-mile drop.
I get it. Let me ask one question. One on one. A 1-4-1 kind of. So would you expect to see the end of the 23.8 mile causeway, 17 stories up in a hotel, 23.4 miles away, or 23.8, whichever it is. I forget now. Like
Would
this.
I expect to see such?
Yeah, like this.
I mean, I think there's so many different atmospheric variables. Maybe, maybe not.
Okay, so would you? But do you accept it would look like this? Yes, if the Earth was flat.
Not necessarily at all.
Okay, cool, interesting.
Because of what I just said. What
Atmosphere.
did I just say?
Atmosphere.
Right. Thank you. That's what I just said.
Okay, so the atmosphere would make it look like what exactly?
I don't know. Maybe, maybe not. There are so many. I said, Stingray, please respectfully hear what I just said. There are so many different atmospheric conditions that the variable is ridiculous. Maybe, maybe not. Period.
Okay. So my question then becomes: if they're variables, right, and they're varied temporally, they're varied.
Can I hit you with another question now too? Can I get two questions like you just asked me to, or are we going one for one like you just said?
Yeah, because we're talking about this observation, right?
Right. Well,
Okay,
I thought I could ask you a question in return.
Yeah, go for it.
Okay. So my next question, back to the globe Earth curvature calculator. If I were to put in 0 for the observer height, right? Because we're just measuring the surface and the surface alone of a radius that has a radius of 3,959 miles. Now, if I plug into an Earth curvature calculator, a globe Earth curvature calculator, how much curvature drop are these Earth curvature calculators, globe Earth curvature calculators, telling me that the globe Earth has after 16 miles? This isn't a me or you ego question. This is a how do these apps for your globe Earth work?
Well, wait a minute. Give me a second. I'll get one up for everybody. We'll have a look. Advanced curve calculate, and we'll have a look for this observation.
And respectfully, I asked my question.
Let's have a look. Yeah. Wait a minute, give me a sec. Well, I want to know this now. What's the height of a room? A floor in a hotel, approximately. I don't. 2.5 meters. I don't know.
And I believe the average is 12 feet, if I'm not mistaken.
Fucking hell! What's 12 feet in meters? Wait a minute. Jesus Christ! 3.6 meters. Fucking hell. Okay. So this was 14 stories up, and it was above a car park, and it's actually above that. But I'm just going to say 14 times 3.6. So I've got 50 meters elevation, right? So the observer height is 50. There we go. Now the target distance for the end of the causeway. Oh fuck, miles to fucking God knows what. Yeah. So 23.4 miles to kilometers. 37. So that's 37,000. 37,000. Right, okay. And the target size, we'll add a bit, what's standard atmospheric refraction for the day? We can actually set that to be standard. Because I'm not bothered about extreme or anything like that. So let's have a look at this. Let's have a look. So the distance, so we've got the reflection angle. Where's the distance to the horizon on this? Oh, here we go. The horizon, which is the green value. Bigger radius as well. So where's the distance from I? 27 miles.
The radius changes once you start talking.
Sorry. Wait a minute. Here we go. Sorry. 20. So distance from I. That's what I'm actually interested in.
FYI,
so wait a minute. Give me 2 seconds. I've got to do this while I'm doing this. Meters to miles, because you guys do everything in fucking feet and inches and miles, which is like, who gives a shit? So 17 miles. 17 miles. Okay, so we can see 17 miles with the Earth curvature calculator, and I counted 16 of these. Pretty close, right?
What about the dip that those trees or whatever is that in the background? How are we seeing that over curvature?
Well, as predicted. Right. So wait a minute. So let's just deal with this for 2 seconds, because I've done what you said, Gene. Agreed. I've used an advanced curve calculator.
Well, I've actually been trying to speak to you.
Okay, go for it.
Right. But what I've been trying to say is, if you toggle refraction immediately right away, you're immediately changing like the radius, which I personally think before we even start touching refraction, you should get into the basic geometry.
Zero. Got it. Zero.
Personally.
Yep. Zero. Yep. Okay, so distance from I, 25 kilometers. Oh, so let's do this then. 25. Wait a minute. 15 miles. You're right. It's about half a mile off. Yeah, so you're right. There's something weird here. I'm seeing 1 more mile than I need to, but I'm not seeing 23.8, which is the important thing, right? And I'm seeing curvature. How about that?
Well, are we seeing curvature, or is this just an atmospheric effect that happens when we look at things over distances over water?
Okay, cool.
The most obstructing surface on Earth. The most obstructing place we can make an observation on Earth.
Yeah. So here's an interesting thing. When I compare that to what would happen on a flat Earth versus if I gave it the Earth's curvature, I see that they match the Earth's curvature. Okay, that's interesting to me right there. So without atmosphere, without magic or special pleading, without anything that I can't demonstrate, and without, no atmosphere, admittedly, this is the prediction. And it kind of matches the image. Now, I'm not saying the Earth's curving. I'm saying if we lived on a sphere with a radius of 6.4 million meter radius, and we looked from a 14-story building with a telescope, and we looked at the Lake Pontchartrain Causeway, if we were on a sphere, we'd expect to see this if there was no atmosphere. And that's exactly what we see. Now, I'm willing to concede that if we add atmosphere, it might change things. But I put it to you, Gene, that it will not change this to that.
So if anything, Stingray, adding atmosphere and refraction is going to make the bridge appear less curved.
Right. This is where people get upset, and this is where the argument happens. What is refraction? There's a misunderstanding. I'm not going to convince you guys today, but I apply science and the definition of Snell's law to refraction.
Okay, no, I'm fine with that. Wait a minute. I'm fine with that, Gene. What's your point?
Respect. My point is that atmospheric refraction is not the friend of long-distance observations. It's the enemy. It obstructs, it obscures, it mirages, it distorts, but it never brings things back into focus.
Okay, so does light predominantly bend down, do you think?
And when it bends, it also distorts dramatically. So you're
That's cool. That's cool. I mean, I'm willing to concede these points, but does it bend down, yes or no?
The definition of Snell's law is that EMF travels in straight lines until it hits a different isotropic medium, that it's going to bend toward the denser. Density. It's going to bend toward the denser medium. It's actually an isotropic medium. Nope, it's isotropic medium.
It's a different density. Well, it can be within the same medium.
It's a different isotropic medium.
So wait a minute. In order to move on, guys.
We can pull the definition.
Guys. In order to move on, so can we predominantly say that it will bend downwards towards the ground, Gene, since there's more shit near the ground than there is higher up? Is that fair? Okay, cool.
Yes,
now let's move on. Is that going to make an object in the distance appear lower or higher?
It's going to make it appear lower. The light's not going to make it to you.
Okay, brilliant.
Thank all the way to you.
Thank
and
you.
Go down.
No, that's fine. That's fine. Would you be surprised to know that you're actually wrong, and do you want to know why?
I don't agree with you, but go ahead. You could explain to me your perspective.
Cool. So here's an eye.
Avoids all science.
So here's an eye. And you can actually find papers that show this.
Hype man? Why does the hype man need to comment everything?
Wait a minute. Listen to this, Gene. So we're going to say that the light enters the light enters the eye here, right? Now, we've got a center part of our vision here on the back. And then we've got, what's this bit, Gene? This bit here.
I just want to refresh you that we've gone through this one before.
Okay. So what's this bit?
It goes to the eye. It goes to the upper part of the eye, which really being seen in front of us below.
It's the bottom, yeah? And then this is the top, yeah? Yeah. Cool.
Yeah.
Now, if an object's here, all that can do is that can intersect the eye somewhere. Bang! Dead in the center, right? Now, if light bends downwards from this, is it going to increase the angle of incidence to the eye or decrease the angle of incidence to the eye? Which do you think?
If run that first part to me, I got the...
Okay, so if light is going to bend downwards and we're going to see this object, let's say it's in full view, right? Light's shooting off this in every single direction, right?
Right.
And this ray at the moment with no atmosphere is coming straight to the center of the eye.
Right.
Yeah. So my question now is, if light is bending down from this object and coming through the center of this eye, is it going to increase A, or decrease, B, the angle of incidence to the eye?
I'm not familiar with this completely. The angle of incidence.
Yeah. So in other words, with the light intersecting where it's coming through this tiny little aperture, which we call like the iris, right? If it's coming through there and it's being bent downwards as opposed to coming straight in from this level, right? Does it mean that it's entering at the same angle as in straight, or is it coming downwards, or is it going upwards? Which one would it be if it's bending down?
If I had to think about, obviously, I'm just break it down based on what you're saying, and obviously that little circle being a lens, and if I'm okay, forgive me. So now I'm trying to analyze the light's coming into the eye. You have a curve here. I would assume that it would go down.
That's very good, and science would agree with you. Now, light leaving up here that's going this way would bend down on an arc like that and come down and hit this part of the eye as opposed to this one. Now, did that raise in vision, or did that go downwards in vision? Which one do you think it did?
Hold on. Before we go any further, because I feel like I'm answering a question to something I don't understand now. Why would the light curve like it did right there?
Oh, because that's light bending. Oh, sorry, that's light bending down.
Why would it do that?
Because the denser medium's here and the less dense medium is here.
And I guess this is the whole entire concept of the argument that I get confused why someone would say light would do this through the sky into a person's eye, into this like crazy.
No, this is just accentuated, right? We're doing this because the difference between light bending down and this black line would be insignificantly indifferent. We wouldn't see it if we were doing it over like 10 miles because it doesn't change angle that much. So I'm making them really big diagrammatically.
Right, and I understand. Like this is supposed to be, obviously, it's just a diagram, but I'm still confused how you have an arrow of the light, right? That's like you have a black line that's going directly into the eye to the
So this is if there's no atmosphere, no atmosphere. This one is light bending down, so we'll call this light BD, light bending down.
But I guess we have a different perspective here because I'm thinking light bending down. It's not going to arc up then bend down. The light is going to bend down. So the light that you have in the black arrow, right, the black line going towards the eye, is actually going to bend down, and
we're not going to see it, right? So the important thing to understand here is light doesn't leave an object in one direction; it leaves in every single direction. Now, ordinarily, if there's no atmosphere, the center of this object shoots light out and it hits your eye, right? That's it.
Okay.
However, if light is bending down, that means all of these now are arcing down. The one that was here misses your eyeball. All these here miss your eyeball, except this one here that left this way meets your eyeball and hits the top part of your vision, which is why things appear higher.
That doesn't correlate at all, Stingray.
Just to be fair, Stingray, they wouldn't leave from the center. It wouldn't be a light leaving from the center. That would miss your eye. You'd have to start at the top right-hand corner of that object and then bend it down, which would bring the top of it up.
No. Pedantically, one portion of light doesn't equal one surface area of the object doesn't equal one direction. It's still every direction. So no.
Yeah, I'm just saying with it bending up first. I think that's what Gene's on about, is that it's bending up first and then bending down.
Oh, no, it's not, I don't think. Wait a minute, is that what you're on about, Gene?
If I can clarify. So if the light on the left were a laser beam and it were shining directly, say we had no atmosphere or whatever, right? Say we wanted to go along with the argument of quote unquote what you guys call refraction,
Well, this is Snell's law, bending towards denser medium,
Well, actually, Snell's law, Stingray, I have to be very clear about this. Snell's law says when EMF travels between one isotropic,
Fermat's principle then.
Medium.
Fermat's principle then.
It's talking about different densities.
Yeah. Fermat's principle, single non-homogeneous medium and varying density.
And so what we're stating now is that the light's traveling straight.
Yep.
But then when it comes into contact with this quote unquote different, I'm saying medium, you're saying density, But that now what happens, of course, is I'm looking at this laser beam that
how about this?
Down,
how about this? How about
right?
this? How about
so the
this?
light that was traveling that would have hit me dead center of the eye is now going where my mouth or my chest is. Right?
Okay.
Right?
Wait a minute, Gene. I've got it.
How
Sorry.
does that go up?
Yeah. I'm gonna answer that now. I'm just undoing it. So I've got a better way. I'm going to use a laser example like you just said because it's actually a really good one. Right. Okay. So let's just here we go. So, in fact, let's hide that for 2 seconds. Let me create another little eyeball in blue, and this is it. That's the center of the vision. This is top. This is bottom. This is where the iris is. Let's just say there's an aperture here. Let us then go and add a few more layers. Come over here and say, we're going to fire a laser. Yeah, it's awesome. But it's a gimbaled laser. So we could do loads of funky things with this laser. We can point it in different directions. It fires a single packet in a stream of photons in a single direction. Now, because light bends down, this single packet is not going to make it to the eyeball, correct? Are we all right with that so far, Gene?
I can be okay with that, yeah.
Okay, cool. Now, let's say we subtract the atmosphere. That light beam blinds this person, unfortunately, in the center of their eye. Agreed?
Okay.
Okay, cool. We put the atmosphere back, and this now bends down and misses the eyeball completely. Is there any way that I can get this light into the eyeball?
No.
What about if I point it upwards slightly like this, so that it does that? You don't think that would work? Surely I can move this light up until it gets to that vector, and then it will make it into the eye.
I can't see this being a laser beam. No, laser.
Oh, right. That was your example. I'm just saying laser beam. There you go.
Well, yeah, I guess I see a couple different things. Like number one, like a laser's focus light, right? So we have that already going as straight in focus as we possibly can. But that light is also going to be propagating too, right? So it's going to be.
Wait, whoa. Yeah, that's fine. But I'm just saying, let's imagine it's a little dot projector pointer. I'm using your example of a laser. We've already agreed that this is now missing the eye. Now, what I could do is angle it upwards so that where it's hitting actually moves upwards to here. And my question to you is, because this is now at the top part of the vision, does the laser appear higher or lower? It's not hard, Gene.
No, I don't see this entire thing that you have.
Right.
Like this whole entire refraction thing you guys have going on that we could just see over the curve because light bends. That's just why.
This is nothing to do with the curve. This is to do with light bending down. Does light bending down make something appear higher in vision or lower?
Absolutely not.
Yeah, I know that's your assertion. I'm showing you a diagram and I've just drawn it of how it does.
If I had a laser beam and for whatever reason it was curving down and I spotted that on somebody's forehead and then it bent down, it would then be on their chest, right?
Well, you could alter.
But as I'm going along with this like cartoon description, atmosphere doesn't do that. Like we're not bending around curves to paint.
Wait a minute. Can I just wait a minute, just really quickly. Can I just Jane, sorry. Everybody in the chat, I just drew light bending down towards a denser medium, and we used a laser, which was Gene's example. Can you just tell me in the chat, is this a good description of what's happening? And well, second of all, well, actually, the only question I've got is, will light bending down, using this example, showing you how light bends down, will it make things appear higher or lower?
I really don't understand this whole idea of things looking up higher that are bending down.
It makes it appear higher because your eye sees light in straight lines. So if the light is bending downwards, your eye sees that light coming in straight. It doesn't see the arcing moment of that light. So it makes the object for which is emitting that light appear higher than the object.
So you guys don't know what refraction is, because refraction obstructs, it obscures, it mirages, it distorts, it never brings anything into focus. It doesn't make things appear from around physical objects. That's not what refraction does. You guys are very confused about what refraction actually is, and I understand.